All right. Hi, everyone. I am trying to do something a little bit different today. I actually decided that I would try to stream to Twitter as well, or X or whatever, except it's not working. So, I'm going to try one more time to see if I can make it go live there. But it's like an error occurred. Wait a moment, then try again. And I'm like looking at it, and I'm like, it's like, is there a special character in the name or something that's messing with it? Let's try again. An error occurred. Is it doing anything on my Twitter? It's fine. We're just in pre-roll now anyways, getting this whole thing started. I just thought it would be interesting to try and do Twitter here. Maybe there's like some setting that I'm not aware of that you have to like turn it on. It's funny though, because it thinks that it has account access. I wonder if I set this up a while ago, and then when my account got hacked, it like basically forgot the other side. Like maybe that all got cleared out. I don't know. How's everyone doing today? These are the kind of technical things I should take care of ahead of time, I suppose. It's probably like too late for me to go in and like double check my my Twitter connection here. Okay. Twitter account connected. Go live. No. Okay. That's funny. Well, I guess it is what it is. Yeah. I think the part of the problem is that it's already like part of the current stream that we're on, so it's like not letting me like okay. Cancel that destination, yeah. Remove. Hey. An error occurred. Please wait a moment and try again. An error occurred, yeah. StreamYard to Twitter, at least for me, is broken. But again, sometimes stuff for me is just broken anyways, I've found. Like monetization on YouTube is completely broken for me. So I was like looking for about a month. I haven't been able to monetize on YouTube for some weird reason, and I get this weird error in the modals, but it's a JavaScript error. So I'm like, okay, I can debug this. I can kind of get to the base of it, and then I see some error about something computed, and I'm like, is this where the new signals work in YouTube is in the admin panel? Did I did they decide to add signals to YouTube and then break it just for me? Yeah. Okay, fine. It's been a while. She said 3 months, yeah. No, it's like really annoying. I've sent out multiple help requests and they never answer. That's something that I've been realizing is even with the Twitter, the whole Twitter thing, uh, is that um, support these days is just really, really poor in general. Um, I don't really. I mean, it's a sign of the times, I guess. But you kind of wonder after a while, like, is this just the way things are going to be from now on? Okay. Yeah. I'm gonna give up on. If you haven't been keeping track of what I'm talking about, I've been trying to get this to stream live on X as well, and it is just not working for me at all. Which is interesting because it did work at one time. I think when I did the 30K subscribers, I streamed on X, but now it's just like, no, we're not doing it. Not doing it. I got one more thing I could try, but it's a little bit disruptive. Should we write in Solid? Maybe. Yeah, I've been streaming every 2 weeks recently because it's like it's hard to keep up on content. Even though the last couple weeks I've actually had a lot to work on because I've been doing a lot of experimenting and trying stuff, which is really good. But yeah, I don't know. It's been harder. Like I've been trying to. It's an interesting split between when you're doing research on other projects. It's really easy to have a lot of stream content. When you're doing R&D, like pure like trial and error experimentation, there's a certain amount of content we can get from that, but it's all inconclusive. So it's not as definitive. It's not like good stream cover kind of stuff all the time. So as I mentioned, since February, that'd be streaming less often, but that still gives me some room to stream. Yeah. I I have one more idea. Guys, I'll be back in 15 seconds. Just give me a moment here. All right. Sorry about that. Last ditch attempt at Twitter. Finally, I get a good. I get a good error back. A premium account on Twitter is required to create a live broadcast on their platform. Please upgrade to a premium subscription on Twitter or stream to a different destination. All right. All right. They want my $8 a month. See, there's just no winning here. No winning. All right. No Twitter. I guess we'll just have to tell people to come here. I don't know. I was a little bit torn about splitting the audience anyways because it's like it's already split between YouTube and Twitch, but I don't know. More people might see it, might be worth it. I feel like streaming to Twitter used to not be blocked to premium. I swear I've used this feature before. Let's go Destiny Operator. Yeah, we're going to talk Destiny Operator. That's where these conversations always start. And we talked about it last time, and that's where we're going to get kicked off on here. But first, I'm going to quickly, let's see, share screen, entire screen, that one. First, let's tell people that we're live because Twitter's not going to. Twitch TV/Ryan Solid post. All right. All right. No lecturing yet. I am literally just I was trying more exposure versus split audience. Yeah, I don't care about the money. As you can tell, I've let YouTube slide for ages. Plus, they've reduced their incentives anyways. Like it used to be that like a good video on YouTube would, net me, I don't know, a couple $100. Um but it feels like they've almost quartered my payback. Something they changed about a year ago. So, I mean, I don't care. Not that I'm like trying to make money videos. If you did that, you'd have nice edited, shorter content. Uh, 5-hour streams are not that. All right, let me get Twitch going in the other window so I don't miss any subscribers. I feel like last week I was so focused on what I was doing, I didn't even notice that I didn't have it up. Um, yeah, more people on YouTube today so far. All right, good. All right, so I guess I'm good to get started then. The only art for streaming only on Twitch is that you might get hype trains and such, which make your stream featured on the homepage. Ah, yes. Am I even in the right category? StreamYard sometimes likes to not put me in the right category, which is like a little bit awkward. Yeah, I don't know. No, I mean I got the YouTube stream too. It just I was trying to get the X stream as well because if some people are lazy, they're like just on their phone and then they couldn't even be bothered to click a link. So it's like, and plus Twitter's no advertising for discovery of people you follow is probably much better. Like I notice spaces that people are in that I know way more readily than like other stuff. And let's face it, Twitter, like, yeah, like what's my spread? Let me see here. If I go to Twitch, let's go to Twitch. Let's go to my channel. I have 3.6K followers. Okay, so measly. Okay, I go to YouTube. I haven't not played. It's the last video I opened, and I view my channel. I have 13.7K followers, right? But if I'm on X, I have over 40K. So it's like if it's way more likely that the little like live streaming thing on the side, going on X is going to draw more people in, and more people are going to see it than either of these, sources. It's like not even close. So yeah. Which reminds me, I wanted to try something while I was live. I mean, just to prove that I'm not full of it. Let's edit the video. Let's go to monetization. Let's switch it. No, click. No. What's going on? You console cannot set property of undefined setting position target. D open edit dialog. Blah blah blah. Shady dispatch event fire module JavaScript whatever. Right. Web component SD. Ooh, interesting. Uh, I was like, at one point, I was like thinking I could just hack the JavaScript in line to make it get past whatever this missing thing is, right? Um, but cannot set properly of undefined setting position target. Yeah, so this dot dialog just doesn't exist, is the whole problem. Yeah. Actually, you know what? This looks like incremental DOM. Huh. minified, but just the shape of the function calls, I think. I don't think that's JSX. Incremental DOM has this whole thing where it's like open and closed as programming keywords. Anyways, enough hacking on YouTube. But yeah, I've got into like 10 or several different screens, and no matter where I go, it dies. Even when I try and add the notes, like the timestamps to the video, the modal like screws up. Like it's just completely broken. Anyways, you guys probably don't care about how broken YouTube is. How much money is lost? Yeah, I don't know. For me, probably I've lost, maybe it's been 3 months, so not much. Maybe like $200, maybe not even these days. It used to be more, but yeah. This wouldn't have happened with regressive enhancement. Enable cache, maybe that's something to do with it. I mean, these cache settings don't apply when the dev tools are closed, if that's what it means. Maybe I didn't wait for it to hydrate. It's like presumable, right? Parts of it are. I think I've waited long enough. No, that's not it. It's just funny because it doesn't. It's certain features chase me around everywhere. Like there's a view in YouTube Studio. Yeah, I don't really care if I show you guys this. Where is it? YouTube Studio. There's a view in YouTube Studio where you can like see all your recent content. Let me like here, and they're like, oh, okay. See, I was trying to pull out the shorts of This Week in JavaScript for a while. I never published them, but you see how you can just turn on monetization here. See, this is the last one. I wasn't able to monetize We Are So Back, right? It's just, and yeah, it's JavaScript errors. You'll see console. Not set properties set of undefined. Yeah, it's like the same modal is just busted. Oh yeah, there's one right here too. Oh no, it just takes me here. All right, I'm enough playing with YouTube. But yeah, starting to get like a little bit annoying. Anyways, this is all started because I wanted to stream to X and it's not letting me do it. This is the interesting. What of a team of 300K base engineers. Try without JS. I don't think you guys keep on mentioning it. There's no way YouTube works without JS. Sorry. Okay. This is too funny. Where were we? Your videos. Does this work? Yeah. Okay. Let's turn off JS. There's no way YouTube works without. Like, this is just Command P. Disable JavaScript. All right. There's no way. Yeah. It's not even SSR'd. YouTube without JavaScript is a white page. Especially the admin consoles. Yeah, no, this is. No, is like any of YouTube. Okay. They do show this splash screen with JavaScript turned off. They show you a skeleton and an image that's non-interactive. This is what YouTube looks like with Node.js. So they do server render this. So I imagine they do like a sort of destructive hydration. Like they don't even bother. They probably just like spit out an HTML page and then do everything after the fact. I doubt they're using JavaScript on the server. I mean, we've talked to them about this, in other Google projects. This is probably just like a static page, and then they just replace it with the content as it comes in. Anyways, we'll have to live with it. They're trying to force you to update Chrome. No, my Chrome's up to date. We did that last week when we were trying to get view transitions to work. Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. Okay, so last thing we're gonna try. YouTube is an app like they probably are all like TWiJ thinking. They probably have some crazy. Yeah, let's just completely remove anything related to service workers. Does this page have a service worker? Yeah. Let's unregister it. Delete it. Let's trying to think of what assets do we want to remove from here. Usually, what was it? Cache storage. I'm gonna remove refresh caches. Okay. All right. Receive 816 at 1223. This looks like us. This is the old one. This is our new one. It's running. This is us. Okay. Let's see if it's the same one, like the same scope. It's quite possible that when I go into YouTube Studio, we're like in a different app. In fact, YouTube Studio doesn't appear to have a service worker, I don't think. Monetization tab. Yeah, no, I want the content tab. Pick one video. None of this is, yeah, there's no service worker on this page. Like giving all the security info out there. It's gonna log me out if I try it. Yeah, I don't know. Oh, here we go. Maybe this is the secret. Maybe even before we get here, the real problem is 0 is not defined. Or O. Yeah, okay. Whatever. enough playing with YouTube. YouTube without JavaScript getting 100. I don't know. Yeah, you guys love that. Fastest possible blank white screen. Oh man. Clear application data. Application is, where's the Where is the clear application data again? Can't remember. Yeah, which storage? Fresh caches. One of the items at the top. In the sidebar. Local storage, session storage, shared storage, cache storage. Just storage. Top. Just storage. Oh, okay. Is this gonna... Okay, here we go. Oh, wait. Is this going to... Okay, yeah. I'm gonna get logged out probably, right? Let's just do this. Nothing stored, right? That was it. It was a good shot. It was a good shot. Yeah, you guys did a good job. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Oh well. Yeah, I mean, maybe support will get back to me after 3 months and multiple messages. They don't even call it support anymore. I think like, actually, sorry. One more thing before we move off the YouTube topic. If you have a complaint, like it's like send us feedback. A screenshot will help us better understand your feedback. Optional. Yeah. I was like trying to find actual support like in the channel, in here, in like feedback. It's like a email just like off a cliff. Maybe it gets analyzed by some kind of robot, so they like look at keywords and then decide what people are complaining about and use that to decide how to prioritize features. Anyway, good times. Thank you, YouTube. Okay, so we are here today because I wanted to talk about compiled reactivity. A little bit different than how we talked about it in the past, but a continuation. Like, I think from a basics perspective, when the first thing that people think about compiled reactivity is a lot of like the magic, right, of just like having things automatically update. If you were not familiar with runtime reactivity, you might think that a compiler is how Solid works, right? You know, it looks at the code and see what depends on what, right? If you looked, especially if you look at something like old Svelte, you would definitely like get this vibe where you're like, you know, how does it possibly know how to update? Like, it's not JavaScript; it must be a compiler. And this was true about old Svelte because essentially they would look at what you could edit and look what things depended on based on your syntax, and then like basically compile in the dependencies, right? It's like React hooks where you don't have to write the dependency array and they'll just compile it in for you, right? In a lot of sense, the React compiler is and isn't like that. The React compiler is actually smarter. Instead of trying to look at your use memos or your use effects and try and determine the dependencies that way, they just look at the statement syntax and figure out depths based on like pure logical like what values are being read where. The challenge with and the reason that works well for React is because they can look at every scope with their compiler and just decide to guard at that level. The problem with something like a hook, I mean, I could probably show it pretty quickly here, is that is is that if I yeah, I mean, I don't need any of this. Just pseudo coding it here. If I had a hook that was like const, I don't know, something equals use memo. Yeah, actually, let's use the classic one. What is it? Name, and then it's like, and we had some logic in here, like if show full name, return name, otherwise we'll return first name plus last name, otherwise return just first name. Okay, if a compiler looked at this and was like trying to just optimize it so you didn't have to write the depths array, they would probably write first name, last name, right? I missed one. Show full name, first name, last name, right? They'd essentially just look at all the variables within the scope and make that decision because you've defined the scope at which things run or rerun. The React compiler is a little bit smarter because you don't define the range so that they can get in and decide more granularly on the scope. But the problem with this is consider the situation where, I mean, I can do it right now. Show full name equals false, okay? And somewhere around here, you say set last name to John or something else, right? It's a last name, Smith. Okay. When you compile your dependencies, even if there's conditional dependencies, this will always rerun. So like even if you're not showing the full name and someone updates the last name, it's going to rerun this calculation every time. Right? Following so far? But who cares? Sometimes this does matter actually, but this is sort of one of the downsides of like pure compiled reactivity. The plus side, you can argue it's a plus side, is if you do something like this. If you have like something like, I don't even know, create effect, or maybe I should use React naming, use effect, not use, and then you do something like something like, I don't know, set timeout console.log name. I mean, I don't, whatever. A compiler could go and be like, oh, it depends on name in this scope. Name. But if any of you guys know from a runtime reactive system, this is in some independent scope that the effect has no clue about. So like there's different execution expectations, right? With a runtime reactive system, you would expect it to run once and set timeout and call it later and never update. Whereas with the compiled one, it could grab these async dependencies. Another example might be something like, let's make this an async function. and do something like const user equals await fetch user ID. Const address. I mean, don't ask me why I'm waterfalling this, but I'm just doing this for fun. Equals fetch user dot address ID. I don't know. Fetch address. And again, I mean, this is wrong because it's derived from the same thing. I'm trying to think if we had something else. Let's pretend we're fetching something completely unrelated, also on user ID. Fetch posts. No, not on user ID. I need to pick something like the situation's so hard to manufacture. That's why I don't even usually care about it. But it's like whatever, some other ID. Okay, whatever. Okay, doesn't matter. I could promise all. I'm not promising all. Let's say it's like you need user dot posts ID and this. Let's like tie in multiple dependencies. A compiler could look at this and to see that, okay, I need user ID and then I need some other ID. These are the things that are coming in outside of scope, and I could add that. Whereas a runtime reactive system is going to stop at the first ID. After a wait, it's like the set timeout. It won't track these other things. And some people consider this like a terrible, like pie in your face scenario because like, oh, dependency tracking breaks after the wait. It's confusing, blah, blah, blah. But like, it's also kind of bad. What I mean is, you don't want to ever write this code or for this to ever track, because if someone came in here and wrote this and it runs and it gets the user and then it gets the post, that's fine. Now, what happens when some other ID updates? It doesn't just rerun this part, it fetches the user again and cascading into the fetching the posts with some other ID. Like the fact, like maybe that is the behavior you want, maybe, but it's like having things further down the async chain trigger the whole start of the chain again is something I feel like you should know about, right? Like maybe this is just a preference thing on my side, but like having some downstream dependency somewhere, maybe you didn't even realize it was reactive, triggers the whole stack from happening again is awkward. Now, to be fair, we don't hit this as much these days, but I used to hit this back in the day with Knockout pre-promises because callbacks, the old callback APIs, there's no guarantee that they're called asyncly. So most of the time they work because you fetch some data, you didn't have it, and someone would call the callback, and I would bet on the fact that this wouldn't fetch, right? Or wouldn't track. But then someone, like sometimes the data would be there and it calls synchronously and then would track. So like you get different tracking behaviors which cause over execution. I'm going to blame someone on my team. I didn't write that code, but like there's trade-offs, and I actually don't think the positive for compiled reactivity is even a positive at all. That's my opinion in terms of dependency tracking. But let's bring this back, okay? No one's actually telling us to do this. I only wanted to just explain this so that I could get out of the way and talk about. When I'm talking about compiling reactivity today, I am not talking about optimizing the detection of dependencies. I'm going to assume that the reactive system is runtime. Almost every single reactive system that I have seen with compiler, even if they used to be like this, have moved to this being an optimization over a runtime system. Stuff like Marco, stuff like Svelte. they are runtime reactivity at the core, and they're going for that dynamicism. This trade-off that I just pointed out, no one cares about. I mean, some people do. They're like, oh, maybe we can resume reactive context using async local storage after the await and stuff. I'm like, go to it, but it's like, the truth is these things should be separated. Even if this depends on this, have that communication over the reactivity graph. Don't cause huge cascading waterfalls of stuff that happen within a single effect and expect like any dependency to cause the whole thing again. It's fine. Sometimes waterfalls are unavoidable, but you shouldn't be like triggering the whole stack. Okay. So preface, we can move on. Yeah, if you cache it, it's not so bad, sure. But like I'm just talking purely from like a, yeah, I mean, some people like this kind of this, then this, and this. I mean, that goes into my async article I talked about last week, where it's like kind of, yeah, I mean, it's fine. Sometimes you can make this work effectively for you, but it's also kind of like as the default. I mean, you could argue, and I think this is fair, and maybe where Robbie Speed's coming in here is that, yeah, you it's about the explicitness, right? The same thing would happen, you declare multiple dependencies atop. And if you did, you would know, right? Is the thing. It'd be very obvious that you got all the depths up top. Similarly, if you had an explicit tracking system, then you would know. So the argument is that this behavior is less obvious, that it would or wouldn't work if depending on your understanding of how the system would go, right? Uh, like almost all the scenario. This is one of those cases where like almost all the scenarios around this are ones you just want to avoid anyways. So like whether or not it's ergonomic to do it or not is beside the point to a certain degree, unless like it encourages people to do dumb stuff. But it's like, yeah, in any case, it's also why it's tangential not enough not to make the coin. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, there's the reactive overhead, you could argue, but there's other benefits if your system can communicate in async or whatnot. Yeah. Anyway, um, yeah, the reason is compilers and reactivity have gone through a lot of stages. The next kind of, I think for a lot of people, it started with this article, and I know I covered this in the previous stream, but there's a lot of new people. It's been 2 years. You guys have to remember, um, I haven't covered this topic since I think March 2022. I've been talking about, I mean, my first inspiration for the compiled signals, like it's funny, I saw Svelte like 3 or 4, and I was like, huh, that's interesting, but not for me, right? It did. I like the control I had around uh, the signals and the fine grainness of it. Then I saw I can't no I forget what came first, Alexis or Vue's composition ref sugar initial proposal. My guess is it was probably the ref sugar proposal, and like Alexis decided to remake it on top of Solid within like a couple days. Sounds about on par for him. And basically, they were trying to make a simpler syntax for Vue to try and like, I think Svelte started eating into Vue's territory, where they, Vue is like, we're the easy framework. You can just use JavaScript. And then they changed from the option API to the composition API, which is the right thing to do completely. But people are like, ugh, this is awkward. Like, I used to just write my stuff as plain data. Now I have all these like, they look like React hooks. God, that argument never gets old and never gets any smarter sounding. And they were kind of troubled by it. So Vue was like, okay, well, how can we make it feel like plain data again? And how do we stop losing people to Svelte? So they actually went on this exploration of ref sugar, and they decided it wasn't for them ultimately, which was a smart choice, I think. But which we'll get into a bit more. But 3 years later, Svelte comes out and they're like, here we go, ruins. And you know, now is this okay? And I think it's interesting because for Svelte it is, because Svelte came from a place where people already were kind of crossed that line. They were okay with it. They started, like, Svelte 3 started from a place that was incredibly limited. Couldn't really do anything with it from a compiler composable thing. Yes, you could compose primitives, but you couldn't actually, like, from a language standpoint, it was very restrictive. It's harder to come from a place where you allow people to do a bunch of stuff and then get stricter than start from a place that's incredibly strict and expand out. And essentially, we kind of ended up back in this conversation again. But I think for us to get to that place required us to change our understanding of what we wanted to get out of the compiler, right? Because Svelte of old, Svelte 3 or 4, is this article, honestly, which is a very long way of getting around this. Yes. Runes, not ruins. Runes. Okay. I've been looking to Svelte for a while recently. I'm production installed that for last year, and the one that keep mentioning solidized bodies your English. Much more understandable for a non-English native than Rich's. That's funny because Rich is English. But British English versus American English maybe is slightly different. I don't know. Rich has been in the US for a while though. And it's a funny comment after the fact that I can't pronounce runes, apparently. Runes. Uh, um, anyways, this article I posted in the chat is absolutely great. He pretends like he's in the year 2050, right? And I feel like while hooks are a big influence for Svelte 3, this was because the idea is he just wrote some statements and then realized that, yeah, like, I love this article. Through careful analysis of the script, we eventually deciphered this as an ancient parable. It tells the story of two brothers, A born. Anyways, it's the whole thing about his joke is that they discovered that they could use this arrow to define a relationship that held through time, like a spreadsheet, essentially, right? And this suddenly was, a tracking scope, and now simply setting a new value of A meant B updated. I mean, it's the classic thing. And, P# is the nickname for Microsoft C# created by Paul Stoll in 2021. Yeah, I mean, he was close, right? But the whole intent here was partially to have a language that showed, depicted reactivity as a primitive, right? Some kind of baseline. We could understand that A is conceptually something like a signal and B is, but the implementation doesn't matter. Like, in a sense, Svelte 3 accomplished this, right? It might have re-rendered components, top down, similar to React, but like, language wise, they use a slightly different syntax, but they kind of accomplished the base of this goal. Except the language couldn't escape the single file, right? Because A could never be reactive in JavaScript unless we had a way of intercepting reads and writes on an atomic level, right? But but the problem is, even if you accept that this is the case, you end up with this new problem. I mean, and it's not a new problem. It's pretty easy. Let's pretend we have let A, right? And then we have a function that's like, let's call it increment, right? And then we go value plus plus, right? Now, if I went increment a, console log a, and let's give a value at first so that it's not broken. It's incremented a few times. It should be pretty obvious, hopefully to everyone here, that a is still 0. I mean, this is not terribly hard to understand. Like, obviously, if this reference is the same variable, like if this is a, now it's 2 down here. But if we pass a value, a primitive value, into a different function scope, there's no possible way to write back to the other value, right? I can't go value equals, like it's not happening. And this is why, to a certain degree, I never really cared about what Svelte was doing in the past before ruins. Okay. Because, like, sure, it's great, but it's like a different language that exists in a Svelte file, and the Svelte file is very, specific HTML thing. Am I going to write all my code in these like files? I wasn't sure. So yeah, I mean, it's a whole pass by value, pass by reference problem, right? So how do you pass by reference here? I mean, one way you could do it is, well, it's actually a little bit fun, right? Because you can't just like say this is an object, right? Because if I say this is an object, and then I say object dot a equals this, sorry, our object, I'm still getting 0 because I'm still console logging my original a. Now, obviously, if I went, sorry, I need to actually change my reference here. This can't be 0. This actually has to be, I'll call this value now. Or I'll call it object. I have to actually make this object that, and then like my point is I actually have to change the base primitive to actually do it. It's not a matter, there's nothing I can do except change this. It could be an object, it could be some function stuff, arrays, it doesn't matter. It just can't be a primitive value in JavaScript. Right? So, and part of the problem is just like let's pretend, yeah, I mean, this is the, I call it .a, but I mean, for convenient for people, there are some signal libraries that do it like this with .value, right? So it's very hard to make reactivity pass out of scope, essentially, when you use, the values. Because, like, okay, let's pretend new plan. Let's pretend it's like make or create signal or something like that. It doesn't matter what it is, right? And we'll pass an initial value. Doesn't matter. Okay, and we're just trying to create something. So, like, let a equals, for fun, I'll just like call it signal, init value. So sorry, not 0, init, right? And then return a. Like, my question is const b equals create signal. What is the type of b here, right? Like, I can't, if I pass just the plain value, like a init here, then if I mean, I don't know why I would do this, but if I had like set timeout a equals a plus 1, or maybe set interval. Something, I'm just let's make it mutable. Let's make it a plus plus. You can kind of see from basic JavaScript semantics that if I did this, there's no way for B to ever update if it is just a primitive value. It needs to be an object wrap, or it needs to be a function call, okay? So even if our compiler is really smart to like decide this whole area here, so you don't have to write the function calls, it still has to make a decision right here. Does it return a signal, or does it return, a function call, right? Like, and even return a function call will never update, right? Because everywhere else, if you pretend that this is like Solid's create signal underneath the hood, like this be create, whatever. Let's just call it signal. It doesn't matter. If you pretend it's like solid signal here, this code would get compiled into like, this would get compiled into like a setter, like set, we'd have like a and set a, right? Just picking a syntax, doesn't really matter, but this would get compiled into set a plus 1, and you see everywhere there's a, you would call as a function. This would still not update. You actually have to know. It's not enough to see the symbols and know that you should, access the variable. You have to actually return, in this case, return a function, essentially, or return the signal. You can't not return it, or only return the value. This is insufficient. And this doesn't get any easier, because what if this was like not a set timeout? What if this was a setter, like set double value or something dumb? Okay, it doesn't really matter what it is. I'm just making up a situation here, but let's pretend that every time you set a value, you actually wanted to set the value times 2 or something, right? Something like this. And then you returned a, and you returned set double value. Well, even if we're going to be smart and say, oh, if it's a return statement, don't call the function, pass the function through. Am I wrapping this? Or am I, am I wrapping this like this? Or am I wrapping this like this? I mean, that's what you're actually going for. And what if I decided that I wanted to do something like b equals 8 times 2? I just moved it from there up to here. Like, should moving it out of the return change how it's processed? This is a mess. It's very hard to solve this problem. And what the Vue team came up with was they would use a $sign on their function to identify that it was like the special function. So the calling side could be like, oh, this is a signal, because they need to know, because the calling side, this is just a function. How do I know it's returning a signal? I don't know. So it's like, okay, this is a signal, right? And then on this side, they're like, okay, this is a reactive value we need to return. Double $. And I think they wrote enough of those $signs, and then they're just like, screw this, right? Like, screw this. Because like I think that the thing was the built-in functions could use the $sign directly, and otherwise you'd have to define a function that would be like a $sign like this or something. I forget the exact ref sugar. It doesn't really matter. This problem of permissibility of the atom values is one that I wrote about a ton. You know, I should drop this article in here. But essentially, back in November 2021, which is a long time ago, that was actually before the React compiler was even announced. That was like a very different world when I wrote this article. You know, talked about the Destiny operator, talked about different approaches to doing compilation, right? Identifiers approach was putting symbols on this side to say that this is a reactive value. This is the simplest version, but at this point you might as well just call the functions, was my argument. This was Alexis's first approach. Then there's the Svelte approach of using labels. These all have different trade-offs, which I went through in my last stream, but I think function decoration ultimately became the choice. It's what Marco does essentially with its tag approach, and it was also what Vue did, which I talked about in the ref sugar, and what Svelte's doing with the runes, right? This is what I was talking about, like how to say like get me the signal back, like this one wraps, one unwraps. And my conclusion at the end of this, which I don't actually particularly like ages later, was that in a sense, two things. Rich, and this is before they went to ruins, I didn't realize that Svelte would ever make this move, because I mean, there's something very nice about just using let variables and consts and just like having a simple language. It's not very extensible, but it's like people aren't thinking about tracking context too much. I mean, there is the $, but I was like, okay, maybe Rich is onto something with, you know, making it like JavaScript. So I was like, what if we just went in and I pictured a world where, remember I asked this question earlier where I was like, what happens when this happens? Well, it's like, okay, well, we can automatically see it depends, and we can wrap, and we just start automatically wrapping all the tracking scopes to make it possible that every single thing you write can be reactive, and it all is fine grained, it all feeds into each other. And I wrote this big thing about how beautiful this could work, and you know, maybe with like cross-file compilation, we could like detect reactivity on the other side and connect it, and then like we can all, you know, live in this world. And in an article, obviously this sells pretty nicely. People are like, oh yeah, this is really cool, I want to build it. Except no one built it. And the reason is because this is a really, really hard problem. Like, the problem is like those boundaries are pain. You need to be able to analyze across. I was looking at things like was Esno or whatever, like types, to try and figure out, you know, these kind of things. I was looking at like, but I didn't talk about it much here, but I even identified that like there needed to be places where things weren't reactive. You needed a way of untracking in the language. You need the way to, like, if everything's reactive, like everything becomes an infinite loop almost. You need entry in and out of the system, which means this language would be difficult to interop with JavaScript as it is, you know, because once you left the boundaries, you have like this, like, is it a signal problem? Because this just wraps everything. Are you expecting everything to come out to be functions? Like, you suddenly have to worry about all the ugliness that the abstraction on top made. Some people tried to work towards this goal of like colorless cross-file reactivity, but no one actually has accomplished it. It's very, very difficult. Someone might argue that the React compiler is the closest to it because they don't need like special stuff, but they do. They still denote state. They and effects. They don't just have let variables and stuff. And while they're doing very clever stuff, very similar to this, where they're evaluating expressions, React's reactivity lives only inside the components. It's both their greatest limitation and their greatest strength. So it's just not the same thing. It was funny when they were working the compiler. They're like, they made somebody made some kind of comment around like with signals, reactivity is only inside the specific little primitives, where us everything's reactive, which is fair from their perspective because they live in a world that doesn't exist beyond components, right? But if you live in a world that exists beyond components, then like it's kind of the opposite, because you can't you know what I mean? Like their ability to be fully reactive in the component is no more impressive than the fact that a create memo call is reactive. It's just a pure computation, right? It So the whole reason I'm building this up is because I don't know if this language like this is really where we want to end up. The whole preoccupation with this was solving this problem of like what to do with these expressions. Because once you do this, you'll be like, okay, well then we can make destructuring props work, right? Every focus, even back to this, was around tracking context. It was around identifying and possibly um possibly like automating tracking context. And the guys on Svelte did something that I honestly didn't expect from them. And they said, screw tracking context with our compiler to a certain degree. They're like, no, we're not going to convert this into this. We're not going to make you do this, necessarily this. If you want this signal here, or any of this crap, if you want this signal here to leave the scope, you got to wrap it in a function yourself. That's what they said, right? Maybe they don't use a syntax. Maybe they do this and they use get, maybe a set, get a set a, maybe these getter setters. Let's call it value just to, make it look like view. But like, basically they're like, initially, and I don't know by the time they release if they're going to hold to this. I think they're really into classes these days. But my point is, they were very much getting into a zone where they're like, we don't have an opinion about this. It doesn't matter. You will build APIs and the best patterns will trickle to the top. And I was like, well, that's cool because we already have the best pattern in Solid. So, there you go. I just made create signal in Svelte 5, right? Was it state? And to be funny, Evan posted something like exactly like this on X a while back, right? But at this point, you're kind of like, if I'm going to do this anyways, why do I even need the compiler? Because now, I'm basically on this side using, a dot value. I guess this is technically a view ref, and a dot value, plus, right? Finish the implementation. right? But there is something kind of genius about this. God, yeah. I mean, classes for reactive data is fine, but this is like overkill when I'm just trying to create a signal. Like, it's classes and all this stuff is way overkill. And I understand people, yeah, we do full circles on this. So classes will be the next thing, I guess. But right, yeah. The interesting thing is the biggest benefit of shortcutting is the computation nodes. It's less the signals; it's actually the computations. There's a trick that uh, the guy from SJS created a long time ago, where if he tracked that there was no reactive scope, instead of instead of like keeping the computation around, he would keep it around, but he would not like he wouldn't keep it with that. He'd basically say, okay, no, this is no longer computed. He'd hold it, and then the next computed that came around would just reuse the allocated memory. So he basically engineered out the overhead of values that couldn't react. Essentially, it was interesting. Just an aside, I I I, I think that I think there are benefits to this and some stuff in SSR that are similar. Like, to be fair, if you see Solid's SSR, we don't have reactivity on the server. We gutted all the computation nodes, and it's just a bunch of function calls. That's Solid's, without using a compiler, managed to remove the overhead of reactivity. That's how it got so fast at server side rendering. So, like, yeah, I think that this, in theory, could be improvements, but I put this on the resumability scale of optimization. Probably less, actually. So this is not very, like, from my perspective, is not one of my motivators here. I don't. I think it's novel, but I also don't think it's actually that important. Kind of like the optimizations that come from lazy memos. There's a reason people want lazy computed values, but the truth of the matter is, like, that one is an example where people write code a certain way. Things are more expensive than they need to be, but it happens rarely. But when they do, they get hit. This is more like you can you might be able to optimize out in a few like key hot path scenarios that would show up really nicely in a benchmark, but nowhere else. I still think it's interesting, but it's also only one way to attack that. Anyways, moving forward. Let's put that on the positive list though in general. So, like, we're getting there. Well, yes, and this is why we're exploring this stuff, because of the JS feature. But you understand that, let's pretend we're language designers here today. The, the 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 JS language would have a hard time solving this problem. Is what I'm getting at. They don't want to treat every variable as reactive, right? That could be potentially reactive. Like, this whole thing is, something that we have to kind of consider the full scope of it, right? And for me, I realized that my biggest problem is that I've been way too ambitious on what I want to get out of this solution. Yeah, well, because not only is it probably tricky to have an atomic primitive, by default, it couldn't do anything different, like, without this kind of wrapping that I just put here, then, when you do the return A, compile to calling the primitive. Basically, if you came up with an atomic primitive, like in the browser, that was like, I only work within scope, and I can be accessed on get and set, it would be gotten as a return. You're still forced into this if you want to transient, have that be transient across. So like, yeah, I was kind of like, why am I even talking about this today if I sound so negative? Well, Rich Harris posted something and it got me I excited about this stuff for a moment. And the reason it got me excited, let me see if I can find it, is where is it? He posted something here where he's like, Ruins walkthrough, smoothest coding demo I've done. What's the reason behind $ derived accepting the result of the expression by default, not the function that produces the result? I know, but is it ergonomics? Blah, 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 blah. We'll talk about that in a minute. I think the decision was nudges you the direction, not having any side effects. The derived function, okay, blah, blah, blah. One descriptive time function, I can do anything. That's so funny. That's like literally what I want to encourage with Solid. But let's move on. I mean, I do want to be restricted around effects, but I think setters are incredibly powerful. We'll get there in a minute. So this was basically the whole reason for adding ruins constant, doing signals like almost everyone else does. So was there more to it? In every other implementation, you have two ways of doing things: ref versus reactive, signal versus store. And we don't like the ergonomics, right? With ruins, signals vanish and are way faster. Yeah, I'll hold you to that, Rich. Let's benchmark. I guess it's Dominic I'm talking to, but I'm going to. It is way faster than a reactive system, but the overhead of the function calls versus not, I'd be interested to see if this actually has any kind of tangible difference. But let's. But this is the first part is more interesting, right? But it's only half the thing, because if you've been following my stream recently, you know that I just haven't written the fourth article in my series yet. Mutable reactive state and immutable reactive state have different properties that are not well understood. And I think the danger of designing compilers at this approach is that we don't understand reactivity as well as we should. And I think that it's a little bit premature. But biggest trade-offs that you can blah 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 blah. I mean, destructuring works. View store blah 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 blah. But yeah, he says something here. You also can't do counter.count++ for imported state. What do you mean, right? So there's this example here where essentially click counter plus plus and they import counter from another file, and in this other file they just have a state variable, which is like a store essentially, import to the app, and you can click it, like this. And I have to admit, I was disappointed. I was a little bit disappointed. You might be like, well, this makes a lot of sense, right? And Rich's response to me later is like, if you export it from objects or frames, since anyone keep reference an easy to expose read-only view if necessary. If you're creating a state, blah, 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 you warn you, right? So they're basically saying it's free game, right? Because I was so stoked that this wouldn't work. Because picture this scenario. See, this works, right? It's almost like Rich's example, except instead of passing user.count directly to child. Where's Rich's example? See, he went click count and then this, and then just has some child component that imports it as well, right? I was like, let's import it here and then pass it down to the child, and then the child could click on it and do the plus plus. And this is the reason I was so disappointed, because how is it that, in this example here in app, I can import some state from Svelte, pass it to the child, and the child's updating the state. I mean, technically I know why it works, but if you guys remember, I had an article that I released a few weeks ago where, let's see if I can find it. What was it called? It was a two-way binding is a two-way street or something. And at the end of the article, I show this example where one is them getting two-way binding in Solid. But the other example was I was talking with one of the guys who works a lot with Svelte, and I was like, "Oh, I figured out how to make stores in Svelte 3, essentially. It would be a way of treating top-level assignment in the parent whenever nested." So basically, I have some code here in this example, but I essentially made like make proxy state like a store, and then had it so that um, I can't remember how I did the make changes thing, but essentially I was using pre-ruins. I had a way of essentially making this deep reactivity, but the problem obviously that I was going here, that was okay, this is my implementation of it with a proxy and whatever. But the problem with this approach that I was making was that it was implicit two-way binding, essentially, right? Like, which is what I'm getting at here. It's like the problem with deep reactivity that you can just pass through the tree is that like someone later gets a value, doesn't even realize it's special. You know, I put count, which is silly, you can tell, but someone can like mutate something anywhere in the tree and just go, you can't even tell where it came from. Like, what is this user? Where did it come from? Right? It's basically that. And but I started thinking, I was like, we've been so hung up on their whole vibe is they want us to work. Yeah, but this is what I'm getting at. The best part about Svelte, the reason that I like Svelte so much was because you couldn't do this. Because reactivity can't leave the scope. Like if I'm going to go through all the effort of like this, it's because like yes, I chose this, but it's because I can do this. Do you know what I mean? Like this is beautiful. You know how I talk about read-write segregation and like solids built on and all this? This is better than read-write segregation. This is like no. So yeah, no, it's not about Redux being too much boilerplate. Like yeah, I mean, I don't know the context of it. Well, I'm let's pretend that I'm okay with it with this, like you not being able to tell that this is reactive. Like that got me at first because I was like, why am I wrapping this in a function? Like I'm a developer, I got some state. Why do I need to know that I need to wrap this in a function for it to escape? But if you can accept this as a first principle, like Svelte has here, like this is on a primitive level, not on a thing. You have just created, you've gotten rid of the read write problem because you like, sure, I did get set, but like a pattern that I like, you know, for example, is A, and then we can implement increment, which is A plus plus, and then decrement A minus minus. And now you're not like this is the whole reason why Solid has read write segregation everywhere. It's because now like the actions, like what you can do, the mutations are fixed. These are the old you can't do this. The only thing you can do or whatever ref doesn't matter what it's called. The only thing you can do to this value A is increment it or decrement it. If you want to know all the possible mutations that happen for this state A in your whole app, you need only look in this one location. Even if it gets passed down 10 different components or whatever, used all over the place, you only need to look right here. Yes, this is the only way no read-write segregation is you know is viable, right? I like from my perspective, this is the importance. like you don't need. It was so funny because like React, said it was about immutability. It's not about immutability necessarily. It's about the ability. It's about where the writes can happen and the traceability. Unidirectional flow is more important than immutability, right? You don't need to clone everything. You don't need to, like, guess what? We're building UI, stuff changes. Like, what's the difference between a mutable structure and 10,000 immutable atoms? There is one, and we can talk about it. But like, essentially, if the whole state isn't a single immutable atom, you're now in a mutable world. What's important is the control. Right? So like, yeah, I saw that and I was like, what if this was true for stores too? What if I could make this a list of users? And yeah, I mean, it's a proxy now, so I don't care. But then it could be like add. Guess what? You're not allowed to remove users from this list. You can only add users, and you can only set the street name. So you need user ID for that and name. Add. I don't. It doesn't really matter what the logic is in here. Add. I don't know. Whatever. Takes a user dot push. I don't really care what we're doing. Okay. My yeah, I'm not going to put the implementation in. My point is that now when I'm down here, wherever I use this, whether it's imported, whether it's created, whether it's context, whether it's whatever, that street name, whether it's created, as I said, yeah, created within the scope. A dot A0 dot address or whatever equals something. Guess what? Nope. If I pass it into a component, nope. Technically, this is read-write segregation, but this isn't. So, I mean, this is the composability of something I'll get to in a minute, where you might want to not be forced to do this. My bigger gripe is not about the stores. It's about being in a place where instead of, let's copy this. It's not this. It's this. It's like now this is component and we create some state. And now when we go and, I don't know, for just using solid for an example here, doesn't really matter. Each users. Yeah, it's interesting because it doesn't really matter. I'm going to do user, whatever, user. If I pass this down through here, like this, whatever, I'm missing some brackets somewhere, probably these ones. If I tell TypeScript to be quiet, okay, whatever. If I do something like this, we know that this can't be written to. It's like this side can't be written to. But if we also want to be like, oh, actually, we want to be able to, what was it? Set street name. So like, it's like on street change or whatever. we can still go like users, I'm assuming this will get like technically, yeah, closure here, we have the user ID. So like we could do something like users. I'm just, this isn't the right data structure, it's an array, not an object, but I'm hoping that you get where I'm going with this. Let's just give myself a little bit more zoom. But you can basically like look up the user address and be like, oh, street name equals value that you get from the event, right? Like you could fully just mutate it right here. Because you're still in the defining scope. So it's the same thing that applied to our ref up here. It just it's just down here, right? So now, again, if I'm inside function user or our component, if I'm inside here, we're not going like, and I get some props, and I get like props user. If I tried to be like address dot street name equals blank, it's going to be like, nope. But if I call on street change from the props, it works. So like it's read write segregation doesn't go away. It's just you can write your local code much cleaner because you can actually see every mutation. It happens in the scope. Every possible change to the state will be visible within this scope because you can't pass a value out and change it. Okay, sorry, got to catch up with chat. You guys still with me? Wow, there's a lot of random messages in chat. Sorry, I was going off there for a bit. Where are we? Okay. People switch from Svelte to React because they don't like summary. They want one-liners. Yes. Getting back to which is why Svelte 3 or Svelte 4 is great. Svelte ruins our departure from that. I think ruins are great because why wouldn't I think ruins are great? Like it's basically like the difference between like what Svelte 5 is doing and Solid's doing like mechanically is now almost nothing. So yeah. Where are we going? Okay. Is this where we get to be dangerous with JS? Sorry, Ben, I missed this earlier. Yeah, I mean, let's push the boundaries. Yeah, I'm going to talk about that tweet later. It's just, yeah, I don't know. Maybe this is where we get to be dangerous with JavaScript. If download numbers of type versus Svelte show us anything, only about 1/3 of people care about read-write segregation. Oh wait, sorry, 2/3 care, not one. Okay. Right. Composition, there is a case for being able to define your own state $sign is where this goes to. Like we don't want always to do this when we're designing primitives. We want to have this superpower ourselves. But from a purist standpoint, being able to basically know that where this enters, you can see all the mutations that possibly can happen is an incredible control tool. So Svelte, I mean, I don't know. We'll see if they change. I mean, this is one of those questions that like people do want stuff to be easier, but easier can fall into traps, perhaps, right? Like it's where do you draw the line? I see for Svelte, I thought philosophically it was like I thought like the way that that like state reactivity couldn't leak, I always thought was like the best part of about Svelte. It was kind of genius, really. And the fact that they can merge signals and stores is also great because like as a developer now I'm not worried. Like this same characteristic applies regardless of this with the single state primitive. It's kind of nice. Yeah, but the problem is it's not just a type language. Like that is why it's hard. You need the compiler to be aware of the types. So yes, that's part of it from like the automation standpoint, but it doesn't change the like the execution standpoint is still hard because you need to know the difference between like the difference between writing a value and accessing a value are something you can see syntactically to a degree. I actually I'll talk about that in a minute. When we talk about foot guns, we haven't really got to foot guns of this approach yet. Um, but like passing it out, it's because it can't be two things at the same time. And like because like I mean, when I have a variable a, is it the reference of a, or is it the value of a? And yeah, I guess it means you have to mark the reference. We have to start. Maybe we should just start doing this, right? Whatever. But like types alone aren't enough because wherever a sits, we have to make that decision. When we see a read of a, we have to know whether it's the reference or the access. And a way of looking in JavaScript today is it's always the reference for signals today, and then you have to call something to access it, right? Whereas what this wants to do is invert that so that it's always the value unless you know, mark it as a reference. But there's like too many dollar signs, so to speak, right? Because the calling side doesn't know what references it's going to get. I guess you could argue that if you returned reference of signal of number, then the problem is on the other side, you want the dereference to happen, right? You want to define a function that returns a reference of signal of number, but then when you use the value on the other side, you want it to be value. So that's why you have to decorate both the way in, like the state or signal or whatever dollar sign, and the way out. And this is just it's a lot easier to decorate the way out, definitely, but it's hard on this side unless you have like a very specific format that you have to restrain to know how to undecorate on the way out. Is it always just single value users? What if it's that array with multiple things being passed? How do we know how to decorate it out? And I guess like, yeah, I mean, I was looking at types systems to do this for me, but like, yeah. I don't see how combining single primitives is a big advantage unless we could combine derived singles and derived stores and completely remove the mental distinction. Well, no, there is a mental distinction here. It's funny because we don't talk about derived stores much, but one a computed value in a reactive system is an immutable projection. What I mean by that is like uh, it doesn't matter what the source is, but if I say like const first name or something, createMemo, user dot first name or something. Okay, doesn't matter. What I am saying that the returned value from this is this. I could construct this from a bunch of stuff. I could be like plus whatever, and but it's the returned value from this that we're projecting out. Whereas what I've been calling a projection, projected user create projection. Let's just call it U for now. Is a representation of this in here that gets mutated by the outside world. Like U is this. So you don't return it, you mutate it. So like there's a big difference in my mind between a derived value that is immutable, that like returns the new thing, and one that's mutated. The only way, the reason that you can merge state, signal and store or whatever, is because it's always mutation, right? You basically say that nothing's immutable. Like you can always reassign state. You can go users equals an array and then later go users equals 2. Like it's right. Whereas in order to like make these two things into a single thing, I think the only way you can really do it is if you said that it was more like this. And you're saying, hey, I'm replacing this with this value in the same way that I replace it here. Then these could be the same thing. But if you're going to say that the return value is it's like it's mechanically a different thing. Yeah. Derived stores are extremely cutting edge. People haven't really explored the space much. I haven't even written the article on it yet, but we've talked about it in stream, right? But the first thing you're going to notice about these is actually the importance of actually having the function, right? Because in Svelte there is no function, right? Like it's always like this with the ruins, right? Because they don't want you to do stuff. And this is actually kind of where I started having some issues with this premise, because I love this to a certain degree. Like just picture being able to like reduce the reactive language to like basically singular state primitive or signals primitive that could be deep or not, and then effects stay the same, and then you can have some mutation stuff. You know what? Let's just take a look at the HackMD I wrote the other day and kind of get into that, right? I'm just gonna drop this link in. Basically, I've already kind of summarized it. I wanted to do it visually before jumping into this article. I'm too low key, but why not always project for duration? Why memos? Yeah. Well, that's what I was, just trying to show. It means that, what does double count look like? const count equals signal or state, it doesn't matter, 0. Const double count equals memo u equals count times 2. This is why, in my opinion. I know that sounds silly, but like, sure, maybe you can accept it, but like, essentially, yeah, I mean, I don't know. I don't know. Sometimes, if the thing is, the reason that no one's gone into derivable or derived projections like stores is because it's complicated and it's messy and it's not as nice. It's way easier to do immutable derived values. That's why, even with introducing it, I think 99% of the time, not 99, maybe like 95% of the time, people are still going to be using like simple immutable derived state. So it's like, it's, yeah. You guys are both, U is itself. It's kind of like the previous value, but it's also, it's self-reference. So like, it's the internal representation of double count. So like, because this function doesn't return anything is what I'm getting at. It's not a memo anymore. It's like project. There we go. Whatever. It's a previous value and the future value. Yeah. This is a powerful tool. It's a lot as a base concept. It's the thing that FP people hate. Yeah. Well, okay. Why do we think we can combine this? I told you that I didn't make a big deal about some of the compiler optimizations, but what's really cool about this, how you can see all the changes in one location, right? The thing I've been stressing, like you can literally see every possible mutation in front of you, is you can tell if people do deep mutations. You can literally look at the code and go like, yeah, needs to be a store. Nope, doesn't need to be a store. You can literally see from the code written if it needs to be a store or not. So this is the I didn't emphasize the genius of the Svelte approach. On the other hand, I've talked about the read-write segregation, generally speaking, like in terms of like keeping local and be able to control it. But that local control means you don't need cross-file compilation to like know all the possible changes that could happen to your data. So you can actually look and be like, yeah. And it's not a type thing. It's literally, does this access a property and assign a nested property? It's like, yeah. Yeah, I mean, projecting complete 100% memo is keeping memo for perf benefit. No. I literally just thought it was very confusing to tell people that they had to do this instead of memo. Like, I feel like it's the kind of thing that like we could literally introduce two primitives, and if no one ever used memo again, we could say like, okay, well, that's cool. But my gut is that they will use memo all the time. Because like most of the time, this is not actually what you're doing. But again, we could look at this this time in this scope and be like, and see all the possible mutations and be like, huh, this doesn't need to be a store. So from a performance standpoint, we don't have to necessarily take the hit. Right? Okay, introducing state, blah 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 blah. We did all this. Yeah, there's one thing that I didn't actually show on the stream yet, but how the mutations would actually transform, because I always switch compiling to the functional form because there is one benefit of the setter with the function. Do you know what the benefit of the setter with the function is? S has the potential of being untracked, right? So like if someone called, state.count equals 5 inside an effect, the function form can tell it, like this one's not bad because you can see that it never needs to get the value. I mean, there's an argument here, but one of the challenges with deeply nested reactivity is that, I mean, that's mutable. I mean, I could create it myself, but like, think about create effect in Solid, and think if someone sets a store in here. Now, I know we shouldn't be setting stores in a tracking context, so maybe this is something that goes out the window in the next version or whatever, eventually. But there are times that you should be setting value, or you need to set values in effects, not for synchronization, but when the source is from the outside. And yeah, just picture the difference between solid set store when we do something like users 0 first name and what's the value going to be from something else, first name signal. Okay, picture the difference between this and this. You would track address because the getter gets called. Yes, exactly. This is a set operation. You actually don't care about the chain up to here. The last JavaScript's like smart enough that on the last property, like if it's just s dot first name equals, it won't do the getter. It knows it's an assignment. But every part of the path up to that point is getting access and tracked under the effect, which means like I mean this probably doesn't happen too often or doesn't matter, but you get weird retriggers that have nothing to do with the operation. Like a set operation here, like its effect doesn't really depend on user 0. Do you know what I mean? Like it's one of those interesting scenarios where this like this effect only really wants to run when first name changes. It doesn't necessarily want to run when the left hand side of the expression changes. Not in our case, because the last property first name doesn't get got, and that's the only one being written to. Because this is fine grained, it's not necessarily an infinite loop. But I can picture scenarios where it would be an infinite loop. Like I think if I did something like this would be an infinite loop. I think because it reads the length property and then changes the length. Anyway. So yeah, I mean, one of the biggest values of the setter function is actually to untrack the source so that it doesn't participate in it. So a lot of my compiled output when I'm using setters are being kind of smart that way. But if you think about it, that also applies to uh, like mutable derived values as well, right? It's an interesting challenge, right? Because knowing what to track and not track is actually something that I want to like think about even further in here. But when you move to these types of interfaces, um, things where you're doing direct mutations like this kind of becomes a zone of concern. Where was I going here? Yeah. I'm using in here, I'm using like produce as the default just for the sake, because that's what I've been using in our conversation. Yeah, we covered most of this stuff, right? I talked about this increment decrement, boo, 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 boo. Okay, yeah, we're at this point. Okay, cool. So I've already talked about this a bit, but I was like, okay, let's pretend that even with all this stuff, we were just going to try and make this work. And what I came up with was, what if you said that you had to follow a very specific output format? That is, a dollar sign function could only return either a reactive value or an array where the first index was a reactive value. I know that seems incredibly restrictive, but if you put that restriction on this, right? So like you would be able to have the ability to define your own dollar signs, essentially where it's going at, right? TypeScript will play along since you're returning either a reactive value or array where the first index is a reactive value. That means you don't have to do special wrapping. We would like literally see like, oh, it's A, right? Like if you return, where was it, the example? Like it's count, it's a number, right? And I was saying signal special is the only primitive that can return a directly mutated. This does not mean it can, these will still be able to use a setter function, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, I talked about this. Yeah. Yeah. This is the memo conversation we just had, async and project. But I noticed a problem with this. See, like this, if we just fed, yeah, produce could be a better word. Because the produce version of solid setter doesn't exist anymore. It is just the setter. And we'd be hiding it if we were, say, using a compiler like this. Right. Create produce. Yeah. That's great. Right. Yeah, I that's a problem. I need a noun version. Create producer. But yeah, I was building all these examples and I was like, yeah, this would work. You can see this kind of symmetry here where most of the base primitives all just return a single value because it's only signals that actually return also return a single value, but they're mutable. All the rest of them aren't mutable. Obviously, yeah, you could even make TypeScript play nice, I think, with this, where you could make the memo wrapper take type T, read only T or whatever, essentially. But I actually hit, like, I was talking about how the setter functions are kind of really powerful, right? And this gets rid of the setter functions because you can't really have a setter function anymore because of the, I mean, you can, but it's weird with the immutable mutable change. Like, do you return the value from the setter function? Like, if you take the function form of the setter function, is it the value return, or do you mutate it inside the setter function? Which is weird, because then why are you calling a setter function if you're going to mutate it, right? You get the kind of like oddity of this. But then I came across this, and it completely went over it. For those who don't know, reconcile is what Solid uses to diff data, say from the server. It's the biggest use of project I imagine would be to reconcile stuff that comes from create async. You could also, people use it when they write to stores. They'll have a new external data source, and they'll write to it, and they're trying to do like a diff essentially. So they call reconcile on the setter, the function. You get the previous value in. Well, we have a bit of a problem here, perhaps, because let's consider our state primitive here that we've been looking at, and forget about this for a second, where we've got our store, like this. And I go, okay, on value change, I actually don't need to use any of these built-in ones already, but like somewhere in here, I have a store. Okay. Whatever. This is a store. Okay. Store. And maybe there's a $sign there too. Doesn't matter. And now I'm like, okay, let's name it store2 just as well. Okay. And then I'm like, okay, I'm going to update the store with some fresh data. And I'm like, okay, so let's reconcile. So it's a diff function. And well, how do I even write this? I can take the new value and pass store to it like this. Okay, so that works. I mean, you could pretend it's two arguments. Maybe we do store and then we reconcile the new value. Whatever, it doesn't really matter. But do you see the problem? Side note: Solid set store used to work this way, and I had to change it. We used to do the produce behavior by default if you like mutated stuff, and then if you returned it like over it. The problem actually came down to code paths that returned undefined, because when you return undefined, are you clearing it or are you not updating it? Like, now what's cool with the compiler is you could look and see if it returns anywhere and be like, look, if it returns a value at any point, then we're going to assume that you always want to mutate, I think. Otherwise, if it doesn't return, we're going to if it returns anywhere, we're going to assume that a return of undefined means that you want to clear it out. And if it doesn't return anywhere, then we can assume that you want to mutate. But like, there's a weird inconsistency that the difference between a function returning undefined and returning not returning is indistinguishable. And it's very weird when someone can write code that's kind of like mutable versus not mutable and just like switch it and like not realize it. Like, it's a very odd, I think it's the kind of thing people just like fall into. Anyways, import empty from solid. Yeah, we start going with that. Like, right now we actually use undefined in our store setters, and it's in some ways I wish we had empty, I guess, because then we could actually delete properties, which we don't do right now. I didn't think it was a problem, but we are where we are. I'm just, I think it's okay that these are different, but has anyone figured out what the problem is here? You guys, I'm hoping you're following along and you can figure out what the problem is here. I actually want participation from chat. I'm going to take a moment. Someone's going to take a guess at what the problem is here. Is it that people don't know what reconcile does? Oh, yeah. You know what, Dev, you're right. This is probably confusing, and you're right. Let's make it store state or whatever. Let's make it now. It's the official primitive. That's still not the problem, but you're right. Yeah, or it's exactly the opposite problem. It's 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 that you literally can't do this. The reconcile function can't modify the store, right? Like it gets store and starts diffing the data and applying it, and then it like won't be able to write to it. Yes. So while the in scope thing is beautiful property, it's like what makes this so powerful. You can't compose the mutation behavior. $sign reconcile. Yeah, sure. I'm glad I came up with a good one. What if you want your own diffing function? And this $sign means something different now. It means you can write it. So it should actually be $sign, maybe triple, because we always have reference. We have the one that says this is a return unwrap. We have the one that says this is a send as a reference. That's $2 signs, and this one could be $3 signs. I'm not saying these problems are completely unsolvable. What I'm getting at is like, it's possible that we could argue that inside the scope of a setter function, the rules don't apply. Right? In the scope of the setter function, you're not passing in store, you're passing in its own reference. So basically, a setter function, and I know this, a setter function actually passes out a different version of the proxy that's writable. That's how it works. So technically speaking, it could work inside a setter function, but it's a little bit awkward when we just want all our state to work, because the default transform is just going to see this and see it as state. Why would it give it a different version of, yeah, sorry. If this was this, it wouldn't have all these, my bad. Why would it give a different version of this? It sees the symbol, it treats it the same everywhere. It's not going to, why would it? It's because this has triple $sign on it. Which argument? The first argument or the second argument gets this treatment? Always the first argument of functions with triple $sign. This is the problem with designing compilers. Like, oh yeah, we can, yeah, exactly. So as long as we like, yeah, I mean, yeah, because if you put it on, it wouldn't be enough. I don't think it'd be enough to, like, you could be like, oh, I can do state dot reconcile, but that doesn't, and then say like all, yeah, it's kind of like do all these functions. The first argument is expected to be the thing, right? Like, don't get me wrong, you can come up with conventions for this stuff, but what I'm getting at is is essentially that there's kind of an endless set of conventions you have to now follow in order to make this stuff work. The one thing with store reconcile, like that gets rid of this problem of which one to do. The only problem then is like, yeah, so now we're looking for special compiled methods that are hung off the thing. I mean, maybe it's fine because we only have to worry about it within scope. Maybe. Yeah, derive something is what I was expecting more. Hang it off the thing, like namespacing. But it, I wonder if, yeah, I mean, I haven't looked recently, but I wonder if like if Svelte's getting there, their developers who used to use let must be freaking panicking. Like, there's one thing to be like, okay, $state, $derive, but now you're like $derive dot something or other. Like, I'm not sure if I feel more comfortable because I have a bunch of things hung off a single object that I'm aware of versus just like having an import that I'm never going to use. Yeah, this interesting psychology behind that. Okay, I'll check it out. Blah blah blah. $state. Okay, so raw is how they do signals. Okay, so there's a way that they're saying like, hey, don't let this be a store. It's the same. It's like ref and shallow ref and view, where it's like they make the store the default, but if you want to performance optimize and not worry about it, use that. Okay, state dot snapshot. Okay, so that's our unwrap question. That's an unwrap function. State dot is. Yeah, because you have to do a proc. You have to use a. This is special equality operator because proxies are not equal. Yeah, derived. Okay, so this is how they reintroduce the function. Smart. I always thought it was interesting. Effects don't actually need to be ruins, but I guess it's works. Like you don't actually have to do anything for an effect, I don't think. Like there's no compiler transformation. Effect pre. Okay. Effect tracking. That is listening. Okay. Effect root. Yeah. createRoot. Okay, so now props are being handled this way. That way they can identify it coming in the file. Smart. Okay. Yeah, this is a bigger departure than I thought. Interesting. Okay. Cool. Thanks for sharing that. That's good context for me. Yeah. Cause like, yeah, I mean, API surface, I'm not gonna be too judgmental on in terms of that. There's different primitives you need, and like I think the only comment I want to make is interesting when you go from having like there's a tension between having multiple configurations of the same primitive and just making them a different primitive based on intent. That's one thing I liked about React. I know it's funny. They make more primitives sometimes than they need to, but they match intent almost. Like they're like, okay, it's not about what it does, but why you use it in terms of the naming, right? Like some people are like, oh, create effect and create render effect are essentially the same except for when they run. So you could like make a pre or after or post. And it's like, no, but I want to communicate with the name what it does so people choose the right tool for the job. So when they like search for it, hopefully they make a mental association with the name rather than be like, oh yeah, you just create an effect using the blah, blah, blah. It's just like, I create a render effect. There's sometimes that introduces new concepts, but there's an interesting balance there. Anyway, just a side note. Yeah, don't get me started on the use server, use client, use thing. But I talk classically with the primitives. Anyway, state reconcile. Yeah, I mean, yeah. Although, as I said, it's not enough. It's like the $ state. Like, there's no compiler trick there, except for unless you're using it to indicate how you want to handle the arguments being passed in. That's a question too. Like, if someone was using $, would they use $ for things that didn't need to be $? Like effects don't. There's nothing compiler about the effects, so effects don't need to be $. But do like people do that for like a consistent API perspective? Where's my hackmd? I don't know. I guess my conclusion here is actually the same. Honestly, that's what I feel like most of the time I look at this. So much effort to accomplish so little. Of course, it's compelling to have single stores merge. Of course, being able to enforce that someone can't just create state in one place and have it update elsewhere outside their control. I like all of this. In a sense, it's an extension to what we do with Solid when we say you should access the signal in the prompts, instead of passing signals through. But you don't need any of this accomplished mutation control, and this is one less primitive worth it. I don't know. We've shown with all that it isn't performance optimization. Even things like SSR can always not have reactivity at runtime and be super fast with a compiler. The one thing that brings me back here is that we have the potential for a singular reactive language, right? That's why I made this thing, because it's not about like all of this. Honestly, seems like a lot of work to do to accomplish something that just doesn't need a compiler. But because of our use of JSX and JavaScript top level, if we were to introduce ReactiveScript, extension like say RSX or something, it could be a superset of TypeScript. We could have one language do everything. There's no separate SFC format like with Viewer Svelte, and then and in addition, adding this extra like processing on the other JS files. We could just have one language interrupted perfectly with existing vanilla JS and TS, right? And this is what my old ReactiveScript didn't take into account. It assumed it had the control of the world. Whereas what I do like about what Svelte has been doing here is that it says that like you can do the analysis at a local scope. So like long term, I mean, I wrote this online and people on Twitter, and I don't know if people got what I was saying, but I was like, I'm not. Like, if you take that this is the future, like if this is a path you would want to go where you opt into this compiled stuff for JavaScript, like actually change the language of JavaScript, because you cannot, as we've been emphasizing, just make, I mean, you can for a proxy, but you can't take a primitive value and just, you know, have a variable reference and have it be reactive. It's like there's no way to do that with JavaScript. If you're going to go all that way to make JavaScript work that way, literally introduce your own language. Why have two languages, right? Long term, I think perhaps single file component formats become more problem than they're worth if we wish to exceed the powers of JS itself that go beyond component boundaries, right? Like if SFCs are great when everything was a component, but now like it's everywhere. Why would you do that to yourself? So I have to admit my biggest attraction to this might not be because it's a better thing to do, but because embracing it sidesteps the need for a single file component based frameworks altogether, right? Like, why bother essentially learning two different things when you only have the latter, right? Like, I'm not sure I like this completely. Well, that's the thing. Marco embraces their formats aren't really SFC because their Marco files aren't just components. They're literally they control the world, right? They are um they're literally just tags everywhere. Like the component boundaries don't matter in Marco. You literally just have tags and you can declare stuff at any depth. It's kind of beautiful. And they're basically telling you to use the one language. So like if you want reactivity in Marco, it's in a Marco file. Yeah, you can have some JavaScript processing logic on the outside, but Marco is Marco and use Marco everywhere. If you're going to kind of have SFC compilation, JavaScript compilation and stuff, you kind of lose that separation, which is why I like in my tweet and what I was like, thank God for JSX, because it's like you don't actually to basically have a templating. I don't it's funny, people argued with me about how good JSX as a language is, and it doesn't matter. I don't care yet. Something better than JSX. My point is that you are in this place where you can essentially have your reactive JavaScript and your templating right next to each other, have a single file format, and just have it work. Basically, if reactivity exists beyond component boundaries and you want to write reactivity in a place that's JavaScript first, then having top level JavaScript makes sense. Then, like, you put that all together, SFC formats don't make sense anymore because CSS is hard. That's basically the gist of it, right? SFCs has the ability to the fact that it's a single component has the ability to tie the CSS to a specific component and scope it specifically based on the analysis of that specific component. Whereas if everything's in JavaScript, everything's composable, you don't have as clear boundaries. That's probably the thing. But like again, look at how many little hoops and micro things we're jumping through. Like I don't even know. Like we got our SFC compiler, we got a reactive compiler, we got like two distinct languages that you have to be aware of. Yeah, I mean, if you're going all the way, you might as well do that as well. The problem is people, as Rich Harris pointed out a long time ago, people will take familiar syntax. This is why new languages never succeed. You generally people are familiarity is way more important to people than any other aspect like functionality, capability. Familiarity is why we all still use C based languages or whatever. Uh, well, so like you don't get to fix JavaScript completely. I don't think so. I mean, TypeScript arguably did some work there, but it's a very slow process to fix JavaScript. I think the main idea of that was to emulate scope CSS. Yeah, it was to emulate the HTML imports of web components. Like all the frameworks that came out like that, like at the time I think it was Vue and Riot and stuff. Everyone thought web components were going to be the future. So we all based our stuff, even the slot dynamics and eager slot projections and all that kind of stuff. And then we like all were like, yeah, this actually sucks. And unfortunately, on the positive, they got rid of HTML imports, but on the negative, the rest of web components are still here with us. Um, RFC's a server, you mean like Astro and like that? I mean, It's an interesting question, right? Because if you, I mean, I went on this debate because I like the separation on the templating side. Like I would be for a while there, I was like, I actually liked Astro's approach of being like, look, this is a server templating file, and this is your logic. Then I kind of got on the RSC thing where it's like, oh, we can all just be friend, like all be the same, right? But it's like, the funny thing is, people are going to have preferences regardless on this stuff. So like, it's just at a certain point, I think it's, how should I put it? At a certain point, I think it becomes too much. And if your framework is designed and got people on board because of how easy it is, not because of necessarily how fast it is or how, you know, how, how should I put it? Like how well designed it is, or like how good it sounds in when you speak from the White Tower, whatever aspect. But if you got people on board because of how easy it is, and then you're like, guess what? Now, here's the first language you will learn. Here's the second language you will learn. Oh yes, and there's also just plain TypeScript as well. Like you've it. It's funny. Like before we had, we were talking about co-location and solving CSS, and you had HTML, JavaScript, and CSS. Now we just have like 3 flavors of JavaScript. Um, like it's a big ask. Yeah, SFC is best when used for templates, right? Like it's a pure template thing. It's just like if the scope of our frameworks extends past templating, which a world beyond components almost suggests, like not necessarily. Like I said, Marco's purest approach doesn't have any contradictions for me. Like you need things. There's always the opposite end of the spectrum that is perfectly consistent. It's just always like compromises don't happen on the extremes. Compromises happen when you end up somewhere in the middle. Um, and we choose which compromises we live with. So like, yeah, I mean, don't get me wrong. Like the Svelte approach, essentially, you just put it into HTML or whatever and have HTML top level. It's fine. It's just like we compose beyond that. That's all. That's all I'm getting at. This isn't. Yeah, and that's what Svelte basically did. I'm just saying that, like, um, yeah. I mean, they also had HTML in their language as well with SFCs, but like, yeah. I mean, you have to be careful how far you divert. And I think the thing that's going to be fun figuring out in the future is this whole idea around macros, right? Like it was pointed out to me by was it Bearded Schmidt or whatever, that JSX is just macros, and I'm like, okay, sure, I'll buy that. And ruins are just macros, and all these things are just macros. But at a certain point, the difference between a generic ability to apply a macro and basically macros as like your API service for your library is really interesting, because like obviously when you have use server and use client and there's 2 of them, it's pretty powerful. But if people start designing use bananas, like if you start learning that the rules might be a little bit different. Use is actually, because the way its effect on bundlers and stuff, probably applied generically. But when you start getting to a point where it's not good enough just to have $state and $derived, you need $derived dot blank or this, and you start getting micro, into the macro, so to speak, and more specific behaviors and patterns and trends that are very specific based on, it works like this with this function and not here with this function. Like when it becomes just your API and not like something that's repeatable, like doesn't pass the identity test, right? which is actually one of the problems with what I was talking about today about passing the identity test. What I mean by the identity test is if you have a thing and a library provides it, you should be able to create the same thing and basically sub it. So what I mean by that is pretend you had something that you use down here. Let's maybe say a component is an example. Let's say component, right? You should be able to design my component and in such a way that it could replace component and work, right? So if I had, you know, count set count equals create signal. If I wanted to make create my signal, I would definitely be able to do this, right? And the reason I call it the identity test is because create my signal is essentially just returning create signal, right? What doesn't pass the identity test are these compiled things unless there's a generic way to represent it. Like classic example of not passing the identity test, let in Svelte or $ label. None of those, you can't create your own lettable, you know. Control flow is another one. Like an identity test in Solid might be my for, right? That's what could replace, you could put for, a for component in here, right? But like I don't think I can go into Svelte to make hashtag my each, right? This is one of those things. Like, don't get me wrong, not everything needs to be past that test, so to speak. Like in JavaScript, I can't make my if statement or my ternary. These are operators that are built in, right? And if I want to make my own conditional, I need to make it a function, right? If I'm for, I can't make my own for loop. If I want a for, I need to make my own function. So language will always have certain pieces that don't let you, one for one it, but APIs can. So like there's this weird tension between identifying what is language and what is like API. See, well, my use server is not my use server. It's like use my server is more what I meant. Not my use server, use my server. That actually potentially can work. My if using macros. That's very cool. Yeah, don't get me wrong. Like handlebars can do it, but what I'm getting the point is Svelte uses handlebars, not for literal handlebars. It compiles them to like whatever it uses. It's not. It's not. It's got its own thing. Use convex. Yeah, there you go. Use my server, but not theirs. All right. So this topic in general is one that's like there's a lot that you have to consider, and if someone were to pull it off just right, I could see potential in it. But it's also it it introduces just as many, like if more things than not having it. In a sense, I'm I'm not sure that's when I looked at the ruins page that was linked to me earlier with the Svelte compiler, I'm not sure that I feel like there's less going on than when I read solid docs. You know what I mean? Like I feel like there's just as much, if not more, going on. It's like we didn't actually make the stuff simpler. We I think the store versus state thing is really fundamental, and I think the role of setter functions in that are very fundamental. Where we're going to see the difference. Oh, but like I don't know if we've actually accomplished an actual simplification versus just typing less characters, which to be fair was always one of Felt's goals. But it's like I'm trying to see the payoff, and the only one that really comes to mind right now is being able to get rid of the SFC formats, which I don't think something like Svelte would be interested in doing anyways. So it's like, yeah, I don't know. I struggle with this a little bit because it. I think changes like this aren't ones that can be applied um like incrementally. You can't have both side by side. You have to decide and be like, this is the future, guys. And you have to decide if it makes sense. I know there's some people in the Solid community who saw my write up and were like, man, this is so awesome. Even with my conclusion, they're just like, I would love to see this, get rid of stores versus states and all this stuff. But I don't know. What do you guys think? Is it awesome? I mean, at this point, one extra compiler step isn't gonna kill us here. Yeah, we just want the Destiny operator, don't we? Yeah, I don't know. I think there's like this compelling thing. See, I love read write segregation. So like the thought of just like forcing people not to be able to like you know why I got into this. Awesome, perhaps not for me. Like you saw my excitement when I showed that example and I'm like, ha 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 ha, ha. They can't edit the state. Like this is even better than use read write segregation if you enforced it. Like it's so sweet. That's like but like you know, right? Otherwise it's just like store.reconcile or yeah, maybe $ state.reconcile. I don't know. Yeah, something's just not going for me here. I don't know. Yeah, I mean, this is it. The problem is, it's always easier to say less magic for the win, but magic, when done right, is really good. I'm still enchanted by Svelte 3. Like, I know it seems like this, but I mean, it was good enough to nerd snipe the React team into building a compiler. Okay, maybe they were going to do it anyway, but like, 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 there's something so powerful when you can present something complicated in a simple to see way. So yeah, we just have to watch ourselves. JavaScript ecosystems are already complicated. On one hand, we can say like, what's another, what's another straw, right? Past mutable store. Yeah, I mean, in some ways, like we have conflict. There's like conflicting interests. Like the reason I think Vue stayed away from the ref sugar is because they couldn't see a world in which end users couldn't have the same ability to compose. They needed dollar sign because they wanted to pass the identity test, right? Vue was like composition is king, like React. Solid says that. Svelte coming from the other end was like we never really had composition, so this is much better, right? Right? It's a lot easier stance to take. Like, don't get me wrong, Svelte had some form of composition, but not like this. Yeah, I don't know. I wanted to put it out there. I didn't want this to be a completely negative spin. I think there's potential here, and I have to keep the door open in case I like in 6 months come back and be like, guys, I figured it out. But it's also kind of like I don't know. I do these streams and talk with you all so that I can like hopefully garner some perspective that I missed here. Um, and it's like there are some very harsh trade-offs we have to consider, especially when like setter functions are so powerful. I can't overemphasize how powerful they are. Of course, we can just bring them back by signal dot set or something. Like we can like sneak it back in there somehow. But you know, get rich on stream. Yeah, yeah. I don't know. It's fine. I mean, I they're busy with Svelte 5. They will continue to work through it. This stream wasn't just looking at Svelte. As I said, I this is one of those topics that has been on my mind for years and years and years. Like people were wondering, like you have to understand, like when Svelte 3 came out, people were like, "Oh, can we make Solid easier like this?" Like I felt the same tug that Evan did. I've been thinking about this stuff, writing. I didn't might have not written the article to 2021, but the truth of the matter is, I wrote this article after 6 months ish, even longer, of going through this process because people in the community were kept on pounding on it, and I was like, okay, I just don't have the mental bandwidth to approach this. I'm going to write an article, get everything that I'm thinking off my head, and then go for it. You guys have fun, figure something out. Maybe I'll review it. We'll see where we go. This isn't something that I can spend my time on. There's just too many inconsistencies that don't work for me. And yeah, things didn't progress from it. But like by the time I wrote this article, I was already done with this topic. It was like I thought that I was moving on. The fact that this has come back into question again, for good reason, for minor details, it's worth revisiting ideas every, once in a while to make sure that you're not missing something, because like you have to challenge your assumptions. So like I like starting from scratch. I like trying to figure out what's possible. It's like, as I said, I think runes will work for Svelte because they have a different expectation going in, which is where like the difference is. This is our destiny. Oh man, okay. Yeah, I know the whole destiny, right? It's quite suitable that this article was written in 2021, which was the year that P# was invented, right? When did he invent? Yeah, 2021. When did he? Yes, P# is a nickname for Microsoft on Rails, created by Paul Stoffel in the year 2021. Yes. It's funny. He has like a disclaimer down here that like this or somewhere. Yeah, this is an old post. It doesn't necessarily reflect my current thinking on the topic. Text preserved for posterity. So like, yeah, I like magic when there's all the parents. It's not good enough. Yeah. See, and the funny thing is, for me, I don't. If the magic isn't good enough, it's not worth having. Like this is. I know this is again a strong stance, but then if you can't close the abstraction, you're not you're ju- you're the reason to do it has better be a good reason, because otherwise you're making assumptions and you're putting things together in a certain way because you think that like when it's unnecessary, unless you really feel that something will always be necessary. It's hard for me to accept it. Now you guys are no. .NET Core framework is called .NET on Nails. That's just terrible. Don't no, 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 no. I don't believe you. No. No. No, I mean I could see someone joking it. There's no way that would have ever gotten anywhere. Internally they were probably playing around with that. They would never. JS on jails. Oh wait, okay. That's the main topic for today. Let's shift gears here. A little bit of a shorter stream. I mean, I could talk about a few other things I've been working on, but generally speaking, I don't know if I'm carefully watching. I need to go through that exercise to kind of clear my head on it. I think there's a path, but I also think that like it's asking a lot. Let's see where before we go this week in JavaScript, if there's anything else I want to prep here, talk about. Actually, yeah, I got one. Let's go back to HackMD for a second. I think you guys might appreciate some other stuff that I was doing this week. Let's go here. No, that's a terrible view. Let's go here. I had a document from like a long time ago where I was trying to basically, we just talked about API service. I've been trying to find all of the APIs. Like, I mean, I know Solid has more than this when you consider JSX and stuff like that, but just all the like primitives trying to like. It's funny. It's the title is different from what the inventory of it. I'm trying to think of like what we need to function for Solid 2.0. Like if you had a list of primitives. Yeah, this it's so funny. My opinion of this list has actually changed because createAsync is not a state primitive. It's a derived primitive. It's funny. Anyway. Yeah, I'm trying to write down all of it, right? Create signal, create store, create memo, create project, and create async. Create effect, create render effect, create root on cleanup, run with owner, get owner is listening, has updated. This one's going to be hot. Untrack, catch error. This is for error boundaries. You'll probably never use it directly. flushSync or batch is loading, create transaction. I think, am I missing any? Not bad list. 5 plus 11, 16. That's everything. The most important one is createComputed. You guys are just trolling me. Yeah, I've been trying to figure out. I like this. This is kind of my blueprint for approaching Solid 2.0. Just like trying to, because what's cool is like stuff like create projection can replace create selector in an ideal world. Obviously, we're not there yet, but like this, create prevent. Yeah, this is just. But I this is clean, right? Like you don't actually need like. The funny thing is like if I squint, these are the names of the $ operators in Svelte. And then like the dot whatever are these. So like there's there's a thing. Yeah. I mean, the stuff is being implemented on the outside. The one thing you have to understand is that the handling of effects, like Solid today is usable in non-DOM APIs as well. So I don't know what that comment means. Yeah, did I get reconcile in here? Yeah, I'm not okay. Yeah, we're missing reconcile. Yeah. reconcile. We don't need produce anymore. We could also have path. These deserve their own category, I think. Store utils. Yeah, thank you. I forgot about these. Reconcile, path, unwrap. I mean, that's true. That is exactly what that is. Create async, create projection. See, sometimes if stuff gets used enough together, you end up with this. So like there's an argument that this primitive is that. Yeah. So question. Okay. So Marco hasn't been watching my recent streams. I don't blame him, but I'll explain it. So question about SolidScript async. My understanding is the new reactive system is pull based, so execution starts at effects. It's hybrid. My intention is I'm pretty sure that create async is going to be scheduled. The trick that I'm looking at is splitting effects in half. There's going to be the front half that's tracking, and the back half that's the effectful side. And the idea is that the front half and create async basically get scheduled at the same time, and then depending on where things get, that's when the effects run. But effects doesn't explicitly list its dependencies, which I'm getting. Yeah, board manager count sync value, reacting to the side effect. Yes. So if you really treat things as colors, do you always have to list effect dependencies? Yes. It's in the articles too, Michael. I actually just finished today a prototype where I added split effects to I updated this DOM expressions compiler. Yeah. Let me go here. I mean, we could talk about Solid 2.0 proposed changes. I think we should look at that too, but that's not why. Side note, Michael's the reason I use HackMD. He first shared it while we were working on Marco, and I've become obsessed with it since. Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's pretty much the pattern. So what was it called? Scheduling derivations in reactivity. I go through this whole thing, but the conclusion here is that the only way to get the right execution timing, you see, like I was showing how React in the pure phase and then post render phase, the only way to get like this is a problem with being lazy. Stuff executes all over the place, right? And I was explaining how like with Solid today, it works kind of like this, where there is a little bit of this noise, but if we split it like this, effects like this, you end up with the same diagram as React. So yes, one of the big changes for Solid 2.0 that I'm proposing is that effects are split. Render effects have to be, in my opinion, like Solid has this problem today. To be fair, we just say that by the time the effects run, it's too late. So effects aren't, part of the thing. But then you need the thing to pull, so it doesn't really work with lazy. That's why I wrote this whole article series. Right? That's why I wrote this whole article series. Just gonna put it in there. Yeah. It's kind of get the prerequisite for understanding why certain things. I basically like even point out the elephant in the room that like this is basically suggesting dependency arrays. It's a little different because it's not straight dependency arrays. It's not saying these are just signals. It's dynamic, but yes. Oh, I mean, you want to talk? Let's talk about this for a second. I can show you what I'm saying. How do you loop over void looping twice with split effects? You don't, which is the problem. Which is one of the challenges that comes here. You do end up looping twice. A lot of things are simple that they don't loop twice. But okay, let me go. DOM expressions. I had to try it out. So I went in and SplitFX, and I've basically converted the compiler and stuff, getting it ready to do benchmarking and whatnot. And let's go DOM expressions. Sorry, Babel. The output is actually not bad. So if I go in here and I go DOM and I do, I don't know, not DOM, sorry, not source. I want to go test. Let's go here. Let's go test. And DOM fixtures, attributes, code. Okay. So, I mean, there's a lot of JSX here. Let's look at the output to get a better idea of what we're dealing with. Bunch of templates, spread. Okay. First of all, basic value updates are pretty easy. This is a text node getting updated, right? Read the label and then pass it through to the second value and write it. So basic stuff. Here's another one, setting attributes. Pretty easy. I was actually kind of debating it'd be fun. I don't know if it'd be faster or worse, but you could actually bind to this and then pass the bound version here, because the last argument is always the argument here. There's, see, last argument seems to always be the last argument here. This is like completely partial application applies here. See, even here, style, some style. This is actually the last two arguments here. It almost always works like this, where it's partial application. I don't know. It's interesting. Actually, it might save the closure on element. Well, I mean, it's not. It's binding it, so like technically, it's not saving the closure. Anyways, binding is interesting. My testing shows that it the one is better for creation and one is better for updating. But yeah, I think binding probably could improve performance. I'm going to play around with it. But okay, let's look at a grouped effect. See? Yeah, this is a group effect. This one's fun. What I've done here is I've created the object essentially from all the reactive properties. Before, these were separate variables. Now they're the objects with the object keys that match the previous. This has arguably always been optional. Boris Call told me that we should make it monomorphic. So he said if I made it so that the original object being passed into previous already had the right shape, that it would improve update performance considerably. I have never confirmed that this is actually true, and it adds a whole bunch of extra code here. But this object is the previous value. This object is the new value. And then the process of diffing, I did a destructure here as a rest param. Some people told me to worry about performance here. Maybe rest params, normal rest params perform well. I don't know if object destructuring as rest params perform well. Probably worse. But it was easier to actually do the code here, because then essentially, as you can see, compiler can do its normal diffing, check the previous value, and do its normal, this one's actually kind of complicated. Those are all the really edge cased ones. Do I have a normal grouped effect? One that's not so weird. Yeah, this one. Here's a more classic one. Bunch of min-max getting set on a bunch of HTML properties. They just kind of come out as equality check, and then if not, set attribute. So here I don't actually have to do anything in terms of extra iteration for almost any of the rendering stuff. The place that it's a pain in the ass are spreads, and I'm not particularly happy about it. Because in a sense, a spread is like a mini VDOM. We'll probably figure out over time how to make spreads better, but let me get out of the compiler and go into here. See, on the positive, rendering code it gets a lot simpler in certain way. I was able to streamline the insert expression thing. Where is it? Style, spread. Yeah, see, spread was always weird where it creates multiple effects and different scopes for children and then versus other props and all this other stuff. I I hate spreads. I'm not gonna lie, and um, this is the misery right here. See, this stuff is kind of fine. If you're doing inserting, you can just do this normalization step that we had to do anyways. But here, for the actual props, I had to go through the props. If they're not children ref, which I took care of above, skip them. Otherwise, write to the new props, the prop value, because this is where the reactive lazy evaluation happens. You don't want the lazy evaluation to happen over here. You don't want to execute it twice. It's not enough just to hit every prop. You actually want to assign it to a new value that's been resolved. So all the tracking happens in the first half, so that the second half will then iterate over it again and actually update the DOM. As I said, ironically, that's how VDOM works if you think about it, right? They iterate over once to create the virtual DOM, and then they iterate it over again to diff and patch. So every spread operator is like a mini VDOM, essentially, like a shallow scope VDOM. It's always been that way. That's why I don't like spreads in general. But it's one of those kind of cases where you can't really avoid the iteration because you need to iterate all the props, like iterate through all the props once to track and then once to do it, and you don't want to access them twice lazily. Yes, yes, and in a yes, exactly. Yes. That's sort of the thing. I mean, these things you don't have to worry about. The only place this really impacts developers is their own effects, like the end user effects. And me and Milo were like on Torn. He's like, "Well, you don't have to do end user effects. We could just say that like it's too late. You know, end user effects just run later." But like it's weird because then the lazy stuff doesn't get pulled till too late. Like it's just if you want to keep predictable, pure, always before kind of scenario, you have to split. It's just yeah, it is what it is. It's been some time. I had a kid startup. Noticed there's been some work on web clones with Solid recently. Is that something you'll be investing more on? Clones by Solid is my favorite. I love enjoying it. Yeah, some companies use Solid with web components, so they've been pushing it. Me personally, I'm not spending too much time there, but when they tell me, "Hey, this is broken," or "Here's a fix," or whatever, I'm gonna keep it going forward. Yeah, like web components are really important to me. When I first built Solid, I wanted to make sure that like everything worked well with web components. In fact, all my solutions were in the realm of web components. I even like there's a there. At one point, I treated them like they were native elements. Like now I treat them as like they're just a DOM element and I don't care as much in terms of stuff. Like they just get treated properly. But at one point, like I was trying to make suspense work in a way that would allow the web components to like delay their connected callbacks, or like not just connected. I guess connected callbacks fine because it's not like connected, but like delay callbacks and stuff. And I was trying to like do this. It was really complicated. I was like using a second document and then connecting it there to trigger stuff at the right time. I'm I'm never going to go there again on the web component side. They are just elements. I don't view them as like our first party components like I did at one point. But yeah, as companies use it, obviously I'm going to continue to have good support there. But hopefully, Michael, that answers your question. Yeah, this is one of those like really tricky trade-offs. The thing is, I think the effect splitting is a good thing to do even without how should I put it? It's a good thing to do even without colorless async. I think any kind of suspense like behavior really deserves it. I guess if we kept our complete push or like scheduled non-lazy version, honestly, the laziness is not really important to me. I mean, part of my conclusion from this stuff wasn't just that you need to do all this. I'm kind of like one foot out the door on the laziness part. Like I know like Angular has been really pushing hard on signals are all about the laziness. It's like and when Preact did it, they did lazy, and almost every new implementation did lazy. But the laziness for computeds is like really not important. Like at least in DOM type stuff. I understand when you make these like most of the time your hierarchy is going to define what's live, and then you'll just be unmounting and mounting hierarchy. The fact that a switch causes one thing to calculate versus the other usually is hierarchical, not parallel. Now, obviously, if you're building something that like in a way where everything's parallel and you don't have this hierarchy, you hit it way more. But it just hasn't been as much of a case when people have been building solid apps that they need this laziness. For me, the biggest benefit of lazy was the potential of self disposal when outside of the reactive tree. But like, I'm almost, yeah, I mean, that's really the only reason I care about laziness generally. Anyway, somehow we ended up here. But yeah, because it's related to what I've been looking at. So yeah, I think this is let's oh geez, it's so funny. My viewership numbers right now are on here are just all over the map. It like swings up 30 and then down 20. Like I don't know if it's like capturing stuff properly or people losing connection. It's kind of nuts. Like literally 90 1 second, 90 100 1 second, the next second it's really low. Is a breakdown pure versus five part just a sci-fi attempt to this hybrid model? Uh, yeah, it's kind of was the right thing to do always, but we got away with it. Like it comes down to as soon as you have the need to be able to cancel something, like have async, you have to separate the side effects. It's basically that simple. Once you have any kind of consideration for async, you have to separate the side effects. Will it change the nail if the project gets through, or will you keep it as it? If I can and it makes sense to, I will. I mean, it's that simple. Um, we're working on a new reactive implementation, and there was it was influenced a lot by the TC39 was influenced a lot by Angular signals, which were influenced a lot by Preact signals and reactively signals. And the reactively signals are the ones that Solid are based off. So there's like a common heritage um, there. So I see potential, but then again, I also have fairly different opinions about some things. And I think there's enough in the proposals for me to work around it, but like we're still learning. Yeah, yeah. Yes, yes. Right, right. Like and subscribe the video. Again, helps a ton. Very appreciative. Obviously, I'm not making any money off of this. I just want more people to see the video. As you guys know, my YouTube monetization does not work. So yeah, please, please, please. Okay. So yeah, I just started. It's funny. I've been updating this recently, but I started this like 6 months, 8 months ago. These documents, and I just kind of got back to them, and I started thinking, okay, this is just proposals. They're not things that I will do. I actually had stuff on here that I ended up deleting because I realized how stupid it was. So this is just um, these are just my current idea of what I want to address over the course of the 2.0 release. We're still prototyping stuff. Like as I said, I got the reactive system working basically, high level where I think I want it. doing DOM expressions right now. Compiler going to start benchmarking, get an idea of what the performance is, see if we need to change the implementations. Like that's where things are at right now. Really low level base primitive style stuff. But there's 2.0 also includes structural changes to the repo, like things like signals being separate from the main solid repo, all these kind of things. There's a lot of like governance type stuff. Here I'm only talking about API, which is kind of that middle zone before we talk about like how we're going to like manage stuff differently. And once we get out of the core mechanical stuff, this is where things matter. So these are just ideas that I have right now. So we can just talk about it. Strict mode untracked. We had a whole stream about whether there should be a strict mode in Solid. I'm still putting this out there, especially if we go the direction that I'm pointing with async. Top level and components when accessing a reactive value, we warn unless developer explicitly wraps the access in an untracked. Admittedly, this won't help with async, but maybe it's the right direction. We could also in dev detect component throwing and error out to tell people they are using top level async. There should be varying degrees here, but we should consider being stricter. Yeah, like it's possible to untrack also has a catch in it, so you could literally like be like untrack or do this. You know what I mean? Like I think it's I know people like the convenience, but there's more and more of an argument for us to consider, the impact of top level in the components. And that's the main one. Top level in the components or within any what we consider top level scope, like for components and stuff like that. Things where you're implicitly, expected to be able to untrack because you want to reset the reactivity, not untrack because you don't want to track this particular value. It's where, creating APIs. I think untrack could have like an argument that's like saying like, is this the one that complains or doesn't complain? And I think it could even exist in user space, because I think if you're building your own control flow, you're like, this introduces, a complainable top level, kind of like for. Okay, so that I think strictness is something we got to look at. Another thing I want to look at, automatic microtask batching. It's funny. This was one of the first things I put on the list, and it's one of the things that like I'm not sold on either way. Effects will not be processed to the microtask queue with the option to flush immediately with flushSync. This removes the need for batch. I'm torn on this one still. When I see people like Dax, just absolutely love, and even Ryan Florence love how intuitive Solid's updates are synchronously, I become torn on this one. There is the weirdness that under batch, things kind of end up working a little bit differently than not. But I think that could be redeemable. I think batch might give the wrong impression. flushSync is kind of better in a certain way, but on the other hand, there is something really nice about just being able to set a signal and seeing it, right? So here, createRoot disposed by parent by default. The minor change, but one we've already implemented. It sets up a better pattern. I think right now in solid primitives, we have like multiple root things where there's like create subroot and all this kind of crap. But like basically the idea is that the problem with creating roots that don't dispose with their parent by default is that like I mean, on one hand, you can say, well, then why are you even creating a root if you creating a root so that you can manage your own disposal? But if they don't dispose with the parent by default, you're also creating like this like zone that has no accountability. One of the ways to avoid this is what makes a root is its ability to manually dispose itself, not necessarily its ability to get out of the disposal tree. If that makes any sense. I think things like run with owner are better in this sense, because what you should be doing essentially is in a case where you have something where you want to, it's not that you want to get rid of the disposal, you want to move the disposal up few levels. Like if you have a for component which maps over stuff, you don't want you want to be able to release each row independently. But on the other hand, when the whole list gets removed, it would be nice to be able to just one shot dispose the whole thing. And what essentially what you want to do is actually, instead of the thing that recalculates and does the diffing and chooses which row to be the owner, so like every time it runs, instead of that being the owner, if you made the parent scope of that the owner, then you get that behavior for free. Essentially, I know this is more of an internals thing, but I think it makes a lot of sense. Lazy createMemo. We talked about this. Memos will be valid on read. This can improve performance in some cases. It also should be possible that ownerless memos can be disposed automatically outside of the roots, making it much more convenient to make global stores or avoid warnings when memos get created incidentally during prop access. This happens a couple times where people do prop access in event handler and it actually like creates a memo because it's conditional. Yeah, it's kind of awkward that derived state can't live outside of the tree right now. As much as I'm not like saying go use global stores, it's weird. Like a perfect example, like when you use getters, like if you want, reactive derived stuff inside a store with getters, like it's not like there's just so many cases where the source state and the derived state kind of belong together and the effects are like the other tree. Of course, async throws a huge wrench in this because async is this thing that you can't, it messes with our ability to purely derive, so it kind of has to belong in the effect side of the tree. So yeah, I don't know. At one point I was toying with the idea that stuff that has to go in the tree would be prefixed with use, and stuff that could exist outside could be prefixed with create. No one really bought into it or really got it, but it was kind of interesting to me to have this idea that like where you create a signal or create a memo, you use context, use an effect, or use async, right? Like it could be a clear hint from a naming standpoint to understand, instead of it being about like using a pre-existing thing, it actually means its participation in the ownership graph versus its participation in the dependency graph only. I don't know. Crazy idea. Just talking to air. Yeah, well, I mean, it uses cache, but the cache implementation is optional. You don't need a cache to use createAsync. When I first built it, I built it that way, but createAsync works completely fine as a standalone primitive without the cache primitives. It actually handles serialization, all that stuff automatically. So like, yeah, tricky, but yeah, it's one of those things. Right. createComputed is deprecated in favor of derived base primitives. We've talked about this before. Some people prefer if this was create writable memo and create writable projection, but I think it's very interesting the potential of the base primitives also being derived. I read an article today about how to derive stuff in React, and they suggested just bail out an early exit. I'm like, okay, well, I want a solution that so we don't have to block. This makes some people uncomfortable. Some people want a different name, but again, this comes down to what I was saying before. There's the difference between what it mechanically does and what its intent, and this is the opposite side of that argument. I was saying that I would split create effect from create render effect, and not just as an option, because your intent is different. Whereas this, what I'm getting at is when you create a signal, whether it's because it's just a signal or because it comes from props, you're creating a signal, so your intent is generally the same, right? So that's how I view this stuff. It isn't about two people get hung up on the mechanics, and you figure I would get hung up on the mechanics of all people, but I want the like I feel like being intuitive actually comes from aligning with what the developer is trying to do. Yeah. No comments yet from the peanut gallery. I guess none of these things are surprising. Sorry, that was such a boomer comment. Peanut gallery. Sound like my parents. Oh, okay. Yeah, there are efficiency challenges with this sort of API. Oh, I got a Twitch sub. Thank you. It's been a while. Yeah, thank you, Ranjay, for the sub. I never check Twitch, but when I do, I do. Let me see here. Yeah, no, that's it. That's it for today. I do appreciate it, especially because YouTube doesn't give me any money anymore. All right. Okay. Yeah, the efficiency challenges here because like, what if this isn't reactive? Like, but what I was pointing at is it's possible with a recycling system like SJS had. We actually implemented in Solid for a while, but the code was bigger than I wanted it to be. But it is possible with a recycling based system that the cost of this read, if this is non-reactive, is basically zero. So I'm not worried about we don't need to compile away signals to to accomplish this stuff. So it's interesting. Anyways. Okay, what other changes? Let's keep going. Stores. Store to use mutable produce by default. So instead of having the path API as I called it, it's you use mutation like produce as the default. I'm suggesting that there's still going to be like a path helper that works like it does today, but we switch the default on stores. The reason for it is it maps well with the new derived store primitive, because what I noticed is createMemo and the set function form of the create signal setter, as well as create projection and the function form of the uh, derived projection or sorry of the store setter are basically identical. My hope is that this also can replace create selector. This is a little bit of code, but this kind of shows you how create selector would be implemented using a projection. People probably haven't really thought of this use case, but I thought I'd implement it. Basically, you'd get the selected ID. This is what you have, and then you'd set it on the store, and that ID equals true. And then if there's a previous value that there, then you delete it from the store and then say as previous idea. So this store is an array that just happens to have a dot previous on it to keep track of the old value. I could have kept it out here or something, but the whole point is we can essentially take a single value, which is a selected ID, and project it out into an array that for each row is a proxy that you can check if it's true. And then when the selected ID updates, we only notify the specific row instead of iterating over. Like it's the same idea as create selector, essentially. Haven't seen delete forever. Yeah, I could have set it to undefined. I don't know. Is it necessary for? Well, no, I'm not deleting that. I'm deleting the value at that index. The problem is that in this test, the IDs get bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger. They never repeat, generally speaking. Like basically for the JS framework benchmark, I think I could come up with a more optimal version of create selector using this API. Like this is just a very generic like example, just so that you can like see it. But yeah, this is the gist of where my thinking is. This might be too efficient ultimately, but let's just start with hope. Projections have other uses like derived stores, right? This is what Dev was saying earlier. It's saying, here's create async store for you, right? Create async, create projection, reconcile users that. Yeah. See, so that's how you create async store with this primitive essentially. What else? Let's keep on going. Replace create resource with create async. It is similar to create resource, except it's missing .state, .error, .loading, mutate, refetch. Well, technically derived, these require eager scheduling, so we create new primitive, blah, blah, blah. The reason that it doesn't have all this stuff is so that it's possible to compose it better. Especially mutate and refresh were really awkward from composability standpoint. We want to get the tracking context back, which is the key thing. It's so funny because create resource is split today, and effects are together, and I'm like swapping it. But this is more aligned because if you treat the tracking context as what's important, you can do stuff like refetch, by reading a signal. That's like how the cache API works. You can mutate. What I'm suggesting is you don't mutate the source that they're competing. If you want to mutate, you create you create a projection here that is mutable. In fact, you just, instead of create projection, you do create store essentially. So if you went create async and then went create store, reconcile from create async, now this is basically a writable async store, right? You can see how these things are very congruent, that they fit together. Literally, if I change this word to store, now you have your mutate function back, for example. Or if I change this to signal, then it's actually, if I change it to signal, actually, it's more like what is there today. Right. Is loading can be queried as an expression level via is loading. So you can ask questions like, are any of these things loading? Effects, split tracking from effect. And I've already showed that. Here's a controversial one. Deprecate onMount. Could go either way on this one, but one challenge of this split tracking is that onMount is in a weird place. You could say it's just the back half, but then it can't read from any reactive variable safely. This cripples this primitive enough that unless we want it to look split as well, just implicitly untracked, I'm not sure it survives. Like, would you want an onMount that literally you have to do this, but then it doesn't update on count? Like you said as a dependency and then it doesn't update? It's just weird. Yeah, I don't see this happening. So my gut is we deprecate this. Ownership, extend createRoot to manage flush boundaries. I haven't really written that in. Where did I put the other thing about createRoot? Didn't I already put that up here? Yeah, I should move this under ownership. Anyway, yeah, this is important. This feature I haven't fleshed out here, but the idea is if 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 as part of the ownership tree, you can control when the effects under you flush. You have the base primitive, you need to create something like suspense. This is less about building suspense into the reactive system as building the ability to control when effects flush into the reactive system at a core level. So I don't think suspense necessarily, I mean, we have to see. It's possible that suspense is core to the reactive system, but I'm playing with the idea that it is just a management of when you flush effects. DOM expressions, yeah, I don't know. These are two ones that I need to fill out, but some people like the idea of registering directives. It gets rid of some of the downsides. I like our directives, but other than TypeScript being a pain, saying that they don't exist and then flushing them out, if we registered them, this wouldn't be a problem. But then on the other hand, we'd have to register them, which kind of takes away the magic. I don't know. All these topics, my intention is to write something up and get people's feedback on. I'm just kind of putting it out. Yeah, removals. Most removed APIs will be able to be approximated that we can ship a SolidJS/legacy package to support any that haven't been marked as deprecated during 1.0's lifecycle. CreateComputed, this will be completely replaced by other primitives. A computer that writes signals that runs during pure time is dangerous, not mentioned harder to place in a lazy world. Technically, we can build this by eagerly scheduling the stuff at the same time we schedule create async. So we do have a path potentially of making this primitive, as part of a deprecated moving forward kind of thing. I can't do anything about batch and flushSync is it's I don't I guess what I could do is I could make it so that, yeah, do you know how you could batch's behavior would essentially be replace the function with something that calls flush, basically call the batch function and then call flushSync at the end of the batch function. I think that's basically the closest I could do it. But then we'd have to also be aware if it's in a parent batch. Implementing this might be fun, but I think there's a way we can keep it in legacy. On error, this one was deprecated during our lifecycle, so it just goes. onMount, I don't know, is what it is. Create resource, easy to build with the new primitives. Create mutable. We're gonna send that to solid primitives if we haven't already. Class list. I don't know. I should put this up here under the DOM expressions. I don't know what to do with class list. I'm hoping that I'm inspired afterwards. People love it. It's also the absolute worst. So it's like, it's a very, this is one of those ones that I don't know. Scheduler and create deferred to solid primitives. I don't care anymore, I think. It's a bold move to say, but like, I don't know if time slicing, I mean, we'll see when we get there, but my gut is that time slicing is just not worth anybody's time. Concurrent rendering is sweet. Like the ability to like have multiple um realities in flight at the same time as you're trying to realize where things will end up. But time slicing to split up that work, while probably an essential optimization at large enough scale, I guess, is a problem. It's also like it's it's like you're already in trouble by the time you need it. I know the TWiJ guys will say otherwise, but like I don't know. We'll see. In the last 4 years, I have not seen practically any practical use for time slicing. No, I can't link this yet because I haven't shared this yet. I want to finish this list and make this more presentable before I have this as a permanent place that people can look at. I should just bring this to GitHub. Yeah, people. Sorry, did I talk about this? Yeah, people really like onMount and onCleanup. onMount is just, it's tricky. I mean, technically we could keep it, but it's the place that it's one of those places that the untracked guard should come in. Do you know what I mean? So if people like access reactive values inside onMount, they have to understand that like it's too late. Like it's possible. If I guess I shouldn't be worried too much. Basically, the only problem with onMount is if something async happens, right? So you have an async value, and the only place it's read is onMount. It's not read in a render effect. It's not read in any kind of like scope that actually impacts rendering. In a throw-based system, onMount would then throw because it can't give it undefined and it would just die. And you're like, you could be accessing prop.user and then it just crashes. And it's one of those things that's like, technically prop.user was probably used somewhere else in the system, so this will never happen. But on the weird case that someone like fetches data and then only accesses it in an onMount, it will throw. I don't know. Maybe I'm over worrying about that scenario. Maybe it doesn't actually matter. On, as I said, these are only proposals at this point. Yeah, I mean, a lot of this is, I mean, it's a starting point again, because the problem is every time you end up building more and more on it, some of this stuff gets moved, some of this stuff gets legacied out. Um, yeah, on the positive, I don't see us. I mean, classless is an interesting one, but for the most part, like I don't see us not being able to support the current primitives. Right. The challenge, obviously, the things that change the API service, like create effect having different arguments, is going to be a very widespread thing where libraries will need to major or their major most version bump along with solid major. Like it is a major release, you know, it will push everything out. There will be old libraries that will not work. And while most of the stuff doesn't change, or might be a simple swap out, create effect is probably the most breaking change in here. Not that I feel like people should be using create effect nearly as much as they do, but I'm sure you guys do. Anyway, in SSR to do server only data fetching without SolidScript like Remix do for React. I don't server only data fetching. But I don't quite understand the question. Remix is a meta framework like SolidStart. So like Remix for React is like SolidStart for Solid. Um, yeah, I'm not quite sure I follow. Like, they mean like React Router, and the answer is React Router can't make it server only, right? React Router can make it isomorphic, but not server only. Yeah, I think it's a question about server functions, probably. React made server functions part of their build, didn't they? Like part of their bundling. It's a hard task. Like it's bundler specific. So if you say you're going to bring that in, that means that like because it's not enough to be a compiler thing. Like Babel doesn't solve server functions. You actually need like Vite or Webpack. That's yeah. I don't know. I think that's a little bit tricky. I think I'm fine with server functions sitting in the meta framework at least for the time being. I think I've been reading these comments about like onMount and all this stuff. Like you understand that like create effect does exactly the same thing if you don't put anything in the front half. The only reason that I was like kind of hesitant about onMount is because I think it encourages people to do stuff that might break. Whereas create effect, like they have the option. They have both sides. I doubt I'd give them a split onMount. So like it's possible that onMount just stays as is, and maybe the strictness warns people and makes them aware of the potential problems. I don't know. Like we don't lose anything from onMount by getting rid of it. It was if you look in the code, it's literally like a one liner over create effect. It's an example of one of those things that um again capturing intent a little bit better, leading to a different primitive. That's how at least I justified it. Yeah, except the only problem is that yeah, no, that is actually completely true, right? The challenge is that um the front half of create effect, unless it truly has no reading dependencies, is never a no op. Like you're better to this is one of those weirdness. You're better to untrack in the front half of an effect than you are to just put the axis in the handler. Anyway, this is my list right now, my working list of what I think changes in 2.0. In some ways it's a lot, and it's in other ways it's one, two, three, four, five, six, seven, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. It's about 14 or 15 things, maybe. I don't know. Yeah. I mean, we could be a little bit forgiving there. I mean, it's not great, but we could have both sides of the effects catch async. It's a mess from this perspective that it is a bit of a mess. But yeah, that's the problem. Okay. I think I'm okay with this. Let's see if there's anything else on Twitter worth looking at. Um, to me, this doesn't convey the intent to run once. I think it would over time. I think it'd be pretty clear that if the effect isn't, it's kind of like the empty array in React. Like if it's nothing there, nothing runs. Or like nothing runs again. Uh, it's it's more of like the async stuff is just awkward. Okay. Let me see here. Let's go. Give me a second. I'm just going to set up for this week in JavaScript. How's everyone doing? Still alive? Still with me? Part of me wanted to cut the stream even shorter because I wanted to get back to what I've been working on. It's exciting to be able to work on new stuff again. Like after like a weeks of like bug fixing really minute but tricky issues around solid start or SSR or Vinci or whatever, it's like actually be able to build something. It's been you have to understand solids. There was a few moments in beta 2, mostly around December and January, and like little snippets where we got to work on especially I got to work on newer stuff. But I've spent most of the last 3 years in maintenance mode. Um, like even some of the cool stuff that came out, I didn't do it. Like server functions, that was Nikhil. Laravel, that was Alexis. I've literally just been fixing bugs for 3 years. So I am I'm very happy to be working on new stuff. But yeah, let me see here. So we got bookmarks. Let's get my profile and get some solid news. Okay. Yeah, you guys laughing at this? You guys should play Elden Ring. No, I'm more likely to play MT Arena on stream than and pretty much anything else. Magic the Gathering. That's pretty much the. It's short enough of a game that I can like play something and then like discard it away, kind of thing, like in bits. I still haven't beat Witcher 3. I'm like literally, I don't know. I got to like Skellig or whatever, and yeah, I'm just. How many years ago did that game come out? There, like Witcher 4 is going to come out before before I'm done Witcher 3. Okay, when was the last stream? Okay, yeah, I think this is the beginning of this. This is the beginning of this. A lot of the topics that I posted this week on Twitter were related to what we talked about today. Oh yeah, I could play Zelda too. I've been still playing Tears of the Kingdom, but I feel like everyone else beat that game like a year ago. All right. All right. Where am I? Okay. This. Okay. Ready. Let's do this week in JavaScript, or at least this week in my Twitter feed. All right. And switch views. All right. Few topics today that we mostly covered already, but I I we'll see as we get there. Start with a little bit of solid stuff. I think NativeScript actually shared examples with everyone, but I always like supporting or giving visibility to a lot of the non-web work that goes on with Solid. Um, I know people keep on telling me about like their mixed experiences with it. I I don't know. I was very impressed with what I've seen. So yeah, I think this is a cool example again showing ecosystem library, different platforms, Solid all working together, which is sweet, right? When you have something like two completely independent packages being developed in different spaces, one trying to get native to work, one just handling data querying in Solid, and being able to connect the dots all the way through to create like a like a full stack, so to speak. Always really powerful thing to see. So yeah, Solid.js sample using Tasking Query is now available to try. So I love how Stack Blitz lets you just like fire it up. Um, yeah, actually, I'm just gonna fire this up for a minute because I don't know if I've ever tried a native script in Stack Blitz. Let's keep on going. We'll look back at it. Learn with Jason. I'm doing Learn with Jason coming up in I think it's toward the end of the month on Solid Start. I have to admit, I'm excited and petrified of this. Learn with Jason is one of those like I know it shouldn't be considered like nerve wracking, but for me as a JavaScript author, it is one of the trickiest ones because I make a lot of pre-made demos where I get to work through the problems and like I approach it kind of academically. I'm like, okay, what kind of problem solve? What's a good example of that problem? And I solve it. Learn with Jason, I have to show another human being how to actually use the framework. And I mean, it's good because you hit all the stuff on the fly, but I am terrible at coming up with the examples. I feel like that's a part that always like gets me. I feel like people like other people have like good examples of things that they can make in 90 minutes, but it's hard to find the right scope. And then you should always undershoot because you're trying to teach someone else to do it. It's a whole different type of skill than building a demo yourself. Like I've done conference talks where I literally live coded 30 minutes straight. It's fine. This scares me a little bit. So I'm excited because the last time we did learn with Jason, because of how we just stumble around a bit, he basically inadvertently got us to figure out the way to make solid click with people. The first time that I did the whole signal in the component, pull it out of the component thing was on that stream. It was just Jason just was like, "Oh yeah, so how do you do global state?" And I was like, "I don't know. I mean, you could just take the signal and put it up here, and like, you know what I mean? It just like, you know, that cemented it. So I have high expectations, but I'm also a little bit, delegated it to this to yeah, he's done some stuff. This I do less of this kind of stuff. The DX team is doing great, hitting all the conferences and stuff. It will leave me time to do work, which is making me really happy. But Jason's a friend, and I'm glad to go on stream with him. It's been a while, so all right. Yeah, I don't know. That's it on the solid news. Let's go on my thread here. Interesting tension occurs when frameworks realize they need to be stricter. No one likes to be told they can't do something they've already done, but once realized it's already too late. Some things are discovered rather than invented. Once known, they can't be unknown. There are ways to address the DX, but nothing can change the underlying truth. A compiler can hide the rough edges, at least for a time, but it can't change the need for understanding. I wonder if it is more painful to live in the illusion longer or rip off the band-aid. This is not specifically about React or its compiler, but something we are seeing in general as framework models mature. React has known about the need for strictness for like 8 years and has been trying to migrate gently rather than hide its rough edges. Yeah, the funniest thing is I realized after writing this, it sounded like I was talking about React, but like I actually didn't write this post about React at all. Um, this was actually me looking at the changes for Solid, like the split effects thing and the async thing, and the way that we handled tracking and untracking, and thinking of like all the ways I could solve this, and realizing that we just haven't been strict, and people like us because we haven't been strict, but it's like it's it's a dead end, right? Like you get to a point where it works against you. I don't see it as being stricter, Jen. Remember Wiz? It's about being honest about what usage patterns framework authors truly understand. And allowing usage patterns that are poorly understood to fear what could go wrong is risky. This is a good idea. This is how good ideas get a bad rap. Yeah. Yeah. The problem is like I didn't know this stuff 8 years ago, right? Like it's not that I intentionally left it open because I knew, right? You kind of like it's always better if possible to start more restrictive and then loosen up over time. But that's never where people want you to start. They want you to start looser and then learn and then best practices later. So there's like a real conflict there. Minko from Angular. Love having the framework authors kind of come out. Definitely see this happening every few years. Angular's had a couple of these moments. Stricter type checking probably being the first one. And I know a lot of devs kind of think along this kind of line, right? They're like, provide an escape hatch for those who really want to, but then don't come back crying if they break. People come back crying. The other day, someone came into the Solid Discord and they said something along the lines of like, I don't know what they were trying to say, but they came in general chat and they said something along the lines of like how they were done with Solid and they were going to go back to React and whatnot. And the reasoning was because breaking changes in Solid Start. And it was like, Maybe it was on Reddit I saw this. Maybe it was on Reddit, but it was like the response, like I didn't get in there, and I wanted to kind of like caution people a little bit, because obviously people are free to have their opinions about like how it works for them. But like on the other hand, it was kind of like someone said like, "Are you stupid?" Like literally every possible opportunity, the every place where there was any sort of written material around false start, it was like, this is in beta, will be breaking, you know. But yeah, it's not enough. People will use something if it exists, and then they'll blame you regardless. And the real problem that I was trying to show here is this. It's until they can't. The problem is that at a certain point, once you realize the model isn't what you originally thought, everything will align around the new model until it can no longer be accounted for. Often the escape hatches becomes the blocker to achieving the goals. Like, let's say someone really, really wanted to not split effects up, right? And we figured out a way to kind of somehow support it in an odd way. The problem is every other feature is going to assume that we are splitting it up. Do you understand? Like, you'll keep on building along towards the model, and when you have something that's like doesn't fit, um, it just prevents. At a certain point, you'll get to a point where you're like, I can either do the really cool new thing where things are heading, or I can support this thing, and you get what gets asked. The problem is once you realize that something has to shift, it's already too late. The things that don't work are already dead. It does. You can prolong it. You can try and work around it. You can migrate it, but once the realization hits, it's over. Is kind of what I was trying to say. It's not about giving escape hatches. It's like it just doesn't make sense anymore. But you have to account for the point in time where the idea goes from you understanding the model change and being able to convey that to everyone else. Right. So like something that intrigues me is that I noticed that PHP devs like myself often work comfortably with frameworks that include multiple layers of complexity abstractions, say Laravel, Symfony, without feeling the need to dissect every line of code they adopt. They adapt easily to these frameworks, using them as tools to build complex apps without much concern for underlying details. JS developers, on the other hand, accept myself to tend to approach frameworks differently. Many are more inclined to dive into the code, blah, blah, blah. Yeah. I thought this was an interesting comment. It really wasn't on topic, but it was this idea of like programming philosophies of each community. And I told a little story, and I think I've told it on stream before, but like view source is embedded into JavaScript, right? The fact that in the browser where the code runs and you can always just inspect it is built into the philosophy. And I think it's a big part of what's made JavaScript over time, because it wasn't compiled. You could literally just look at it and understand the code, which means combined with like an ecosystem that's like less developed and, less mature, you have this interesting crossroads where instead of documentation, people looked at code. And I think this is interesting. Someone straddling both sides, kind of seeing this kind of different take. I don't know if JS will stay that way, which we'll talk about a bit later, but I definitely remember that I was a JS dev in the 90s, view source. Then I worked, in .NET for about a decade. And when I got my first job back at a JS shop, I was like really frustrated because we had all these open source libraries with like no documentation. My manager had actually written some of them, like knockback and stuff, and stuff wasn't working. And I'd just be like, we even built some stuff inside, like in house at the time, back when when I first started. I wasn't like involved in the dev of that, and I was just like, nothing works, blah, blah. And at a certain point, my manager's just like, man, look at the code. You can just like look at the code and see what's up. And you could tell he was frustrated, but he said it in like a fairly reasonable way. And I'm like, damn, you're right. And I know that seems so weird, but like when you were working like on .NET with like Visual Studio autocomplete, right click, open the docs, like kind of thing, you don't look at the code. You just read all the descriptions, and then you look at the examples and stuff like that. And I just looked at the code, and honestly, SolidJS wouldn't be here today if it wasn't for that. So like the idea that you could be a hacker, like not a hacker like in the black hat sense of it, that you could just like take something and play with it to make it work for yourself, has always been a longstanding part of JavaScript community. Holy shit, I haven't done it. Yeah. Now I do every day. Yeah. That's an interesting point too, right? JavaScript has completely cornered the web, so there's always going to be people who dislike it. Anyway, um, yeah, I mean these things. Anyways, my whole point here was just that like the moment when the change occurs isn't when it's released; it's when it has changed in the author's mind. It's like sometimes like these things that are discovered, these patterns aren't something that invented. It is much more like a truth of the reality. If you know certain things, the rest just flushes itself out like sculpting. So like I I think people have to realize that in some ways the only choice is how to manage the migration. There is no actual choice once perception has changed or perspective has changed. Anyway, all right. We talked about this one, I feel like, but let's go here. JSX is such a game changer. Old news, right? As I said, most people mistook me to be talking about JSX the language itself. I'm just talking about embedding templating macros inside JavaScript, right? I don't know if I need to cover this much more, but the in a sense, single file components only exist because the world was based around components. Now we're in a world where people are compiling stuff outside of components. It's more permissive. It doesn't make as much sense. Boundaries used to mean something. It was where your framework lived in JS. But now we're everywhere. There are conceptually three zones: single file, JS code that framework compiles, other JS code, where we need only two. We've moved beyond components, and DX probably should reflect this. Yeah, I don't know. I had a lot of arguments with people over this one. It was kind of funny. So like, I think the only reason it's worth talking about is like stuff like this. Like, no, and I was like, what? I know I'm not supposed to engage in conversation like this, but I wanted to know what was so no about the statement, right? And then I found out that this whole thing was all about tag template literals being bigger than JS. And to be fair, um, tag template literals have the same qualities as JSX for the purpose of what I'm saying here, of not being a single file component thing, just being something embedded in the JavaScript. JSX should have died a long time ago. Yeah, some people have a real hate on for JSX, so I think that's fair. The only problem is that tag template literals have a runtime implication. You can't just take some tag template literals, compile the crap out of them to make them performant the way you want them to, and then be like, okay, see, I'm good. Because if they don't run the exact same way without the compiler, or have the same semantics without the compiler, well, then it doesn't work. No one writes tag template literals so that they don't work without a compiler. Whereas JSX, everyone knows it doesn't work without a compiler, so you need one. So that's the only difference. Everything you do with tag template literals, you can literally do from a compiler analysis standpoint with JSX. And they're even more powerful, arguably, because there's certain characters you can't use for like attributes in JSX. Like you can't use I can't make like dot property or use certain symbols in JSX. It's a little more restrictive. I'd love to be able to, do that. But the problem, obviously, as I said, is it doesn't have to be JSX, but tag template literals are not at all what I'm looking at for, in a sense. Yeah. So so this internet file thing has multiple types in it, right? I mean, or you can just put everything in JavaScript, right? Like JavaScript is a file format that has multiple types of things in it because of macros. So like it's an interesting. It's like whether we want. So you could argue that's an ergonomics thing. Whether we want to look like HTML top level or we want to look at like JavaScript top level. And I'm arguing that JavaScript won when people want to extend reactivity the way that we do today. Yeah, it's funny. This when it is to push HTML, everyone should have jumped on the template literal chain. Yeah, they wouldn't have won at the JS framework benchmark. That's for sure. Thought that's a big deal. But yeah, the discussion goes on and on and on. But for me, it comes down to that. It was just amusing because, as I said, I've spent more time talking about that than the fact that like it's not about it's about single file components, not about like whether you dislike JSX or not. All right. All right. This will be. Let's do some bookmarks before we go there. We already talked about the Svelte one. Okay, this is a fun one. This aged well. Just published React 19.0.0.0 RC0. This is the exact build we'll release in 19.0 unless there's an issue reported that requires a breaking change. Thank you everyone for help. Let's get the release into shape. If you remember, this was suspense gate when this went out. The whole like triggering it. I don't know why this was mentioned, but I want to highlight Andrew Clark's thing. This is why a reason we aggressively promote things to beta RC exactly. Until we threaten to release, many teams' libraries won't test it. The removal of lazy suspense fetching, e.g., boomer fetching, was in Canary for over a year. Anyway, you'll get your boomer fetching soon enough. Boomer fetching. It's funny how they're trying to like make it sound bad. I don't know. It's who would thought people don't want things to be blocking all the time. I don't know. It's interesting. But my point is this: they are very meticulous in Canary and like going through all the versions. I mean, like, look, this can change, this can break. They have a whole process. But they're right. Until they threaten to release, I mean, it's the same thing. It's so funny when we release Solid Start. Some people are like, "Oh, you should have kept it in beta longer." Blah blah blah. All this, and it's like, how much longer of a beta do you guys want? Like, beta 1 had some good testing. Beta 2, we made the change. But when we made the change to beta 2, you could see it in the download numbers. People weren't like we got the early adopters on the beta 1. When we went to beta 2, people didn't just it was a bit of a migration. People didn't jump ahead. People basically didn't test beta 2. You can put into RC and like this is the version. Got a couple of things. That's when we started seeing the hints of the issues. It wasn't until we released 1.0 that people actually tried it and tested it and all the issues showed up. So like yeah, I mean React, you got to like RC it. You got to be like a little bit more because they're established. For other projects, yeah, you got to release 1.0 for people to actually even try it. So, yeah. Yeah, I mean, exactly. Right? So, yeah, I think yeah, I just wanted to just highlight this. This is why this is why we do what we do, in stages, It's kind of like the broken code thing, like to be fair, I get it. It works both ways. I just told everyone that if they didn't want their code to break, don't use solid start, at the time. So, it's a calculated risk. Once things are 1.0, that doesn't mean there isn't bugs. That means we're committed on where the APIs are at and like how things look, So I feel like Solid 1.0 has lived up to that, and I think Start has too, even if, we're still going through bugs as we're getting, larger companies onboarded on it. Yeah, people, this is a problem when you're in this position and you gotta come off really, polite, and it's like, sometimes there's a little bit of like, "Look, what else can we do?" Yeah. All right, let's see here. The biggest myth of front end is debouncing throttling is a legit technique. I love this tweet. I don't know why it's not liked here. I liked it. I definitely liked it. This is one of those ones that I feel like Theo might like do d- do a stream on at some point or something. Like, I guess this is too small of a topic to do a whole thing on. But it's like this is one of those things where people will debate this or argue with it, and part of it is of context, but it's also, if you look at like even companies like Netflix, they commonly talk about this. Like, their search, they don't debounce or throttle. Was it Jay Phelps or Ben Lesh had this like talk about back pressure and streams, and it was RxJS, but like the whole point was the comparison here in terms of UI. Like, sometimes you you basically throttle on the input, and sometimes you throttle on the way back in. And he basically, the idea is, it's better to like send requests as quickly as possible and cancel them, in terms of like, I understand this is more expensive for backend, but and for user experience, and then have the results, be able to handle the race conditions on the way back out, than it is to do any kind of method that restricts the request coming on the front end. So like, debouncing always makes things feel slower because it's based on like when you last type, right? You can do a whole bunch of tricks around leading edge, back edge stuff, but this is what they tried to show when they introduced suspense, and like Dan Abramoff was doing his thing. He was like, that's an example of managing the differences on the way back. If you type too fast and the client hasn't, processed or rendered the data, then, or things coming out of order, we throw away certain results and render stuff as needed. But the final result of what we show consistently, as we're able to, is generally going to be better. So like, you know, like the whole transition kind of thing. I'm gathering this is what he was trying to get at. Like, with React, you can use transitions and essentially remove the need for debouncing and throttling to a degree. Like, generally speaking, I can see that if you're worried about hammering your back end, you need some kind of protection, right? But that protection maybe needs to be on the back end, not on the front end, because anyone can hit your back end that way and cause, I don't know. It's this could be completely nothing to do with what I'm talking about. I mean, sleep is the worst it does. But I just thought it was interesting. I don't know how many people knew that like Netflix, when they do their search, doesn't use debouncing or throttling. Anyways, I care about my server cost more than my UX. Yeah, yeah. Obviously, I think that does matter, but it's it's for a lot of things. But like, you can understand why like search is sometimes the most important part of your app, depending on it. Anyways. Okay. Yeah, 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 yeah. This is perfect. Okay. Got a couple more. As you guys know, I'm an avid follower of htmx. I look at all their tweets, and I laugh at their funny memes that I find quite funny. And so obviously, whenever they post something, I pay lots of attention. And they posted about a new framework that incorporates ideas from htmx, Alpine, and SolidJS into a tidy 14 kilobyte dependency-free package. Well, I'm always open to looking at a new framework, and Brisa build. Yeah, there we go, another one. Where am I looking for here? BG purging repos to be running. I don't know if this is the author. Probably, yeah, it is. They tagged me, and they tagged me on a stream day, which is really smart of them because it means I'll take a look at it. Yeah, I saw that at the earliest stream, but I wasn't going to give them the satisfaction until I actually covered it where I'd usually cover it. It wasn't a topic for the beginning of the stream. But yeah, be very interested in the project. Really interested in things of it. Mostly that I can watch is epic streams. To be honest, I'm just taking signals and making them declarative. Signals are declarative. Okay, well, I mean, he's done it now, so I guess we're going in. Okay, yeah. So first thing, the install instructions are a CDN cache script, which is probably tells you a lot about this framework. Writing JS code means it's not declarative. Interesting. Yeah, I'm. Do they count the JS code that they write inside their attribute bindings? I wonder. Like, I'm gathering this is going to be like Alpine. I actually haven't had a chance to really look at this, so yeah. Hello world sizes. Something's wrong with this picture. Yeah, there's I are they measuring zipped sizes or no? See, they can't be. See, Next.js is about 80ish. I'll take this min gzipped, right? So this is about the right size for Next.js. If we min gzipped, if it wasn't min gzipped, Next.js would be like I don't know, like I don't know, a couple hundred kilobytes. So this is min gzipped. I'm going to trust these numbers look like min gzipped. SvelteKit Hello World min gzipped is like 13 kilobytes. We have Hacker News demos that are 16 kilobytes with SvelteKit. I it's possible that their library isn't min gzipped, which explains the size, but I think htmx is about 30 kilobytes min gzipped. Or yeah, so not h yeah, like my guess here is that SvelteKit this is one of my pet peeves. Not this chart. It's fine if they just made a mistake. It's that people actually think frameworks like Alpine and stuff are produce smaller output than like compile frameworks like Solid or SvelteKit. Like they are not. It's one of those funny things that I've, especially because you like when they bring in the script like this, you don't even get the advantages of tree shaking. Generally speaking, like if I was to make a vanilla solid application, not solid start with like some of the extra stuff. Well, no, we've seen it with solid start because we don't need the extra stuff. A solid start application with server side rendering is 4.5 kilobytes. So, and a SvelteKit one, you have the router and stuff, so it's like a little bit more. So it's like probably, as I said, like it's in the nine. It's probably around, let's say 12 to 13 kilobytes. So like, yeah, I think these numbers probably, at least for SvelteKit, need to be checked. My gut is that like people should understand that htmx is generally bigger, like than optimized JavaScript frameworks. It doesn't end up scaling bigger because that's where like if you're using like htmx, that's where it stops. But like hello world apps in optimized JavaScript frameworks tend to be smaller than the approaches that like Alpine JS type approaches. It's interesting because they like petite view isn't so petite, so to speak. Petite view is actually half the size of Alpine JS, which is kind of funny. I mean, I can actually show this JS framework benchmark. This is a little bit more than a hello world, but it's not a bad way of looking at size, right? So let's go size. Compressed. Let's do compressed size here. Do. Oh, interesting. They've shrunk this stuff down considerably. So yeah, what are we looking at? About 4.4 kilobytes for solid, 3.5 for million. I like this. This is better. They used to have like all the sizes. This is only measuring, I think, JS size now and removing all the other assets. Let's go all the way down to find Alpine. There we go. 13 kilobytes compressed, 43 uncompressed. Now, it's possible that they fixed an issue that they had at the time, which caused this to be a little bit bigger than I wanted it to be. But what they had an issue in their bundling, so maybe this hasn't been updated. But my point is that like this is always what kind of bugged me a little bit on the Alpine side. I haven't even looked at this framework yet, so I don't know what it's saying. But like it's bigger and incredibly slower, right? Like so it's kind of like why does anyone prefer to choose something that is bigger and slower? I don't know. Is the DX better too? No, I don't. I like it's tricky, but let's continue on here. Sorry, this is about Alpine, not about this. Okay. Okay, backend state. That's fine. What is this like? So, is there? Let's get started. Okay. Bird's eye view. Okay, so yeah, okay. There. Oh, so htmx is about 16 kilobytes, and Alpine's probably about what did we see? Probably like 30 kilobytes or something, and that's how they get it, or 25 kilobytes, probably 25. Yeah. It's better for people who don't want nothing but build step, I believe. Yeah. To be fair, yeah, like Knockout JS was kind of along those lines too, right? Lions or Alpine, datastar brings them together, essentially sends current UI to backend via HTML fragments. Cool. Manage client state that would be unmanaged by backends like Alpine. Okay, installation, quick primer. Okay, index page. This Express app, we send some HTML. Okay, that's fine. Handling state, data store. Yeah, okay, so this is very Alpine-like. You're just putting this is when you inject your primary data, and then you probably have basically you keep the context within the DOM, data model. Okay, so that's data binding, data text, $sign. Yeah, it's so funny. I think this is how Evan Yu felt when like he saw Alpine using Vue's composable like reactivity when Vue 3 came out. They switched over with Alpine, and then he was like, "Man, this is how I wrote Vue 1." Like we built Petite Solid on Stream once. Like this in this reminds me of like how we used to do things 15 years ago, or I guess 14 years ago. Yeah, it's got that feel to it. Data on click, data bind. Yeah, okay. Show equals not show. Yeah. Data show. So this is an interesting choice. I mean, it's actually so. This is yeah. I guess putting data in front to be more HTML. Like this is like if I guess. So there's a little. It's kind of like in the middle. Knockout. Everything was called data bind, and then you put all your syntax in here. This one uses the like specific syntax, or specific attribute names with data prefixes. It's kind of funny. People, I forget if I told this story on stream before, but when I got hired by the guy from Knockback, I didn't know he was the author of Knockback, and I had to do a test in Knockout, and he was like the Knockback guy. So he was all like, Knockback was like opinionated, it had backbone models, it had views, and view models, and it was all like it was kind of MVC time period. So he was expecting like a template file, a view model file, and a view file. And I looked at what he was trying to accomplish, and I didn't know anything about like whatever the hell he was like the model MVC stuff. Like, I mean, I'm familiar with MVC. I was working in ASP.NET, but like I didn't know like what he was trying to do with his library. I guess I misunderstood it. And I was like looking at like, when do I use this versus this? So I actually implemented the whole test app in knockout bindings without needing like any extra files. Like I just wrote all the JavaScript in such ways that I could like inject it. Like there's like one other file for the entry that it did a little bit, but for the most part, like I didn't have his like MVC, like to do MVC structured, like here's the models, here's the view models, your controller, you know, whatever kind of approach. I just use all the data mining. So whenever I see this stuff, it does like give me back this like reminiscing of like when I was discovering JavaScript again after .NET. Server-side events, sure. Whatever protocol you want to use, doesn't really matter. Okay. All right, stay in formation, fragment, morph element. Okay, so yeah. Okay. See if I'm following this completely. Send state. Finally, trouble updating the output of the div. Okay, sure, yeah. I'm not quite sure the difference. I guess $sign is special operator. Is input. Yeah, I'm trying to see. I guess the thing I'm kind of interested in is how much of this is delegated to the back end doing replacement like htmx. Like the biggest thing that I like about Alpine is to be able to like do hybrid where this handles like the client updates. I view how this, I get the server updates. Get yeah. Okay. Okay, yeah. So this is how you do the client side updates. Breaks you down data show. Yeah. So this control flow, and it's using. Okay. Yeah, sure. So yeah, it's like Alpine plus htmx together. Yeah. All this stems from people. Jay is scared of the build step. Yeah, I mean, it was like that conversation I had right with the people with the HTM. See, I get that. It's really tricky because it's like, I mean, at the end of the day, you have to build the app you're going to build. So if this helps you build your app better, then power to you. But it's like one of those things that's like, it's so hard to pull away when you're like, look, I know with these build steps and tools that like what I can take as an input and what I can give it as an output is that much better, smaller, faster. Like it's almost intrinsically non-debatably so. And it's like, like, yeah, it's tricky. Like, because I always state that as like, I won't let UX suffer. Let's go deeper. JavaScript fatigue. Okay. So we have a technical algorithm which focus on JavaScript capable of making control content dynamic instead of making better of delivering HTML. They're not enough for those like Next.js, blah 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 blah. I mean, it wasn't that those weren't enough for full applications. Front-end frameworks are perfectly fine for front-end applications. The problem is that they don't they aren't suitable for situations where you need your like your load time to be good. They take too long to load. If everyone treated every app like a mobile app, then front ends would be fine. It wasn't. Yeah, it was fine for full application. It just wasn't fine for. I guess unless you consider like the marketing site part of your application. Once you need a full frame for activity, it makes sense to embrace the backend to consistency. True. In reality, all frameworks come down to updating as fast as simple as possible, smashing around the developer experience. Be declarative, use signals, some set of plugins, 90% of problems. Yeah. I mentioned you're still interested, you intend to write your own library. Yeah. Signal. Yeah. Store valid JavaScript models, blah, blah, content. Yeah. It's interesting because, like, yeah, so far looking a lot like Alpine. I was just going to say that. I'm like, yeah, like, I was like, this is web dev 15 years ago. I haven't quite seen the funniest thing is that isn't a bad thing when I say that, like, because like it's one of those things where like everything, even htmx is like web dev 20 years ago or whatever, or 15 years ago. So like it is good to circle back around and be like, okay, did we learn enough in the interim period to understand like how to, like, why did we jump ship in the first place? How can we fix or address those problems when we go back to where we started from and be like, okay, now with this knowledge, go. Because like the biggest challenge with this is, I mean, let me see, docs. What is it? Drive. What am I thinking here? Front end existential crisis? No. I can never remember what talk. I feel like I use it in all my talks. The biggest, not all my talks, but some of my talks. This is web dev in 2010. This was web dev in 2010, and this kind of terrifies me that if people like, if you want to solve the problem, you need to solve this. Yep, that's ERB and Knockout.js. I don't like, how do people generate, like, the part that's always missing for me on this is when I look at something like this is how are, sure, I can send back an HTML chunk, but how am I generating those templates on the back end? Do I need to decide, do I need to loop over some users? Like, maybe it's fine, maybe you use your, I don't know what code you have in the back end. Is it written in Go? Is it written in Rust? You iterate over. I don't really care about how you do this that much, but at a certain point, you're going to have a templating language on the server to iterate over the users so that you can get the data to send back from the HTML that you'll be able to data bind in the client to to like, it's a hard bias for me because I like, this is better than the dark ages, right? The dark ages of, update panels and, like lives in dark.net. Like, this is the world that like came immediately after. But this is like kind of the absolute worst, other than like .net page loads. I mean, we all did this back in the day before isomorphic frameworks. It's just like, I how can anyone tell me that writing in this day in and day out is better than having a build step? I mean, there might even be a build step for your server code. The challenge is, I feel like the people who are taking this perspective of like, oh, I finally don't need to write JavaScript. The JavaScript ecosystem went through the exact same evolution you're going through right now, where you're like, oh, yeah, Alpine JS. Okay, yeah. And then you start going, I mean, I did this with Solid. Solid was this HTML, like Solid, when I first started, you could have rendered it on the server as HTML and have it work. It was like Alpine and Knockout. And then it was like, and then the first thing I was like, okay, well, I can optimize this by pre-compiling the templates, but I'll keep that format. And then you're like, shit, I want to handle more expressions, like actual JS expressions. Oh, what about like optional chaining and stuff? And you're like, oh crap, I need Acorn. Like I need an actual parser that can handle modern JS in these expressions. I can't just use like a simple. And then you're like, oh, okay, well, if I'm gonna do this, because you don't want to just like use evals and stuff, but like essentially it's along that sort of thinking, and then eventually you're just like, what the hell am I doing? Yeah, I don't know. Do you hate this? No, I mean, no, it's not just the syntax. It's like, I'm not gonna say the technical implementation. I just like literally, it is like a syntax hate, not like specifically like, it, I don't know if syntax is the right word. Like you could change the lettering of like how you do data binds or that. It's like, I just dislike data find for each users each do use, like, do you notice how there's two of these? It's because the, I mean, maybe the thing is that users will always come from the server, so we can get rid of one of these. But like after the fact, maybe that alleviates some of the pain. Like the biggest difference here is you only were on the server once. So if you needed to update the user list, you needed to data bind it. Whereas this approach, you probably can get rid of the client user iteration and only data bind the specific fields that update. It's also possible that you just don't do this. I mean, I guess there's some amount of like optimistic update, or like temporal data is essentially where you want to use data binding, and then you go back to the server to refresh like when the panel comes in. So my guess is that modern day version of this, because of the way the partials work, is probably going to be a little bit less noisy. Yeah, it's probably gonna be a little less noisy. I think that's probably the biggest difference, because we knew that we couldn't go back to the server. We literally had to duplicate all the server logic in the client, which was absolutely horrendous. Where on this approach, you only need to duplicate the logic on the client where optimistic updates or temporary ephemeral state is involved. It's a bit cleaner. Duplicate it on top of itself within the same template. Oh man, I don't know. At a certain point, I think I gotta like dig into htmx to understand like, okay, maybe this your lost knowledge. Rise of friend makes sense. Kind of the full page realize the ability to update parts of the page. However, there's a declared nature of HTML, which has led to lots of confusion when you're placing one of the biggest loss of knowledge is the concept of hypermedia. It was a source of the interconnected, the base of the web, blah 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 blah. Hyper engine stores, browser don't care about your efforts, they care about rendering hypermedia, blah blah. Hmm. Hal stack. Yeah, I never thought about it. He writes stuff, right? Hypermedia our only hope. They have like essays. Yeah. Huh. Well, that's good. I mean, I read a lot too, so I can appreciate this. HTMX, yeah, that's probably like one of those like ways that HTMX isn't great. Blah blah blah. Yeah, code is crap. I don't care about your code. No built-in. No, there's no. I mean, I would care about this if this was an actual thing. If you look closely, they claim they do not built it. They actually do have a built it. That bugs me a lot when people do that. But is he talking about in your apps or literally in the project? I don't care about the code in the project. Despite the values benefit for probability, the authors have suddenly resisted using it. It covers all major numbers. Yeah, I don't care about the htmx code base. Enter technology. Okay, yeah, that's fine. I mean, when you find a new way to package something old, people will like it regardless. Yeah, so it doesn't matter. No components. You don't need components. No front and back end split. I mean, I don't think anyone's complaining about that. I think everyone has no front and back end split. Eventually, garbage UIs. I understand he's trying to make a joke, which is probably lost on me. No jobs. No one to hire. Duplicating logic. Yeah, I mean, I guess this is no, but I mean, you could still have an API service as htmx. I don't think that matters. It won't scale. GitHub as an example. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I think this is really the only legit argument. The rest of this is just like making a bunch of straw man arguments that don't matter. It may not work for small applications, but as actually large for example, because the methods model for React, keep everything compartments testable. No, I mean it's not about that scaling. Yeah, you're unhinged. Yeah. Yeah, I don't really actually. I guess some people probably find this funny. Anyway, yeah, I don't know. Maybe it's not worth my time reading this stuff. It seems to serve for logic, except for things that would be local state, like form field values. I'm including that, but you should still have JS handling for client side state. Yeah, HyperScript for that. Yeah. I don't know. I'm not surprised by this evolution, as I was saying. I think that this all kind of makes sense. I mean, I marked this tweet because I thought this was kind of funny because this is the guy, right? htmx guy, Carson, right? Is that him? And he's like, post in TypeScript, inferred types are explicit types. Carson, in an academic intellectual voice, I don't use TypeScript. Like he wears it like a badge of honor, right? Um, I think there's something kind of awesome about it, and it's why it's compelling for people. Yeah, I don't think I'm going to get to this one today. I'm going to finish up on this because this is actually related to my very last thing, which is here. When did JavaScript developers become Java developers? I don't know if anyone understood what I was getting at here, but I'm going to pull something up that a conversation I had on Discord today, and it was in Theo's thing, but not in any of his private groups. I'm not impacting his privacy or whatever. Basically, this developer in the channel had said something along the line that he wasn't able to use Solid on a side project because he felt his developer velocity went down because like chat or not like the AI like Copilot got in his way. And it wasn't just that it didn't have as good stuff for solid code. It literally would just give him the wrong code. And he felt that like that drastically impacted his developer velocity because like he's like trying to like write stuff and then he's like it doesn't get the right code and then he's like double checking it. He couldn't trust the AI. It was worse than no AI. He just couldn't trust the AI. Have I seen Hyperscript? I think I saw a bit of it. Yeah. I mean, yeah, I don't know. I as much as I think like the whole subsection of conversation is kind of like I think I think that's this whole side of things is something place where people can like explore, but it's like it's it's being restrictive to almost to prove a point, but that's not helpful. In fact, I will get here. Yeah, it's normal when it's not trained right, and it's an interesting observation, one that serves to keep React right where it is for reasons that have nothing to do with the technical solution or even the design or vision. It makes sense, but it also just suggests a disturbing trend towards stagnation. I don't just mean Solid versus React. What about React 2020 versus React 2015? If AI is always playing catch up, older versions of the same software will self propagate more rapidly than newer. It's basically the definition of a self fulfilling prophecy. But what to do about it? It's really the latest version of technical death. If you view everything is slowly dying from the moment of release and that each layer takes time to spread, is AI the end of a chain that starts with core lib, third-party libraries, Stack Overflow questions, docs, training courses, hiring, tool chains, meta frameworks, AI, or something like that? So many moving pieces practically dead on arrival. Well put. I do worry that everything will ossify as it was in 2022, pre whenever Chat GPT date we choose. And that's bad because I really appreciate you and the work you're doing is solid, pushing stuff. But for a side project where I'm building a SaaS dashboard, pragmatic choice to choose React, and that's very sad. I don't know what the solution is. Smarter AI, blah blah blah. Okay, AI will get quicker and be able to evaluate its sources better over time. And at a certain point, the pragmatic choice will look less pragmatic. That's what I look to mostly. There's a tipping point for every project and develop for comfort. Can't really do much about what's ingrained. Side project plus dashboard, I admit, are typically keywords that I expect where a higher percentage of people would give Solid a go, but ultimately people are attached to their current workflows. Well, mostly a negative thing. I thought for a while that this was some benefit because it was pushing alternatives to popular solutions to do better. Like being a bit better isn't enough. You need to demolish it. You need to change the way even competitors consider the space. In a sense, it gives more time for solutions to mature and for sunk costs in existing solutions to get beyond redeeming, right? You can tell I'm talking about Solid here in terms of changing how the whole space looks like. But the challenge is less displaying suitability or superiority, but that incidental tool reliance has pulled people projects who may have once been at the front of the curve further back without realizing it. JavaScript devs on average are becoming Java developers. Gone are the days of the Wild West hacker ninjas, rockstar developers. Instead, we debate on the best way to type of function. I meant like the whole explicit versus inferred return types. You get what I'm getting. AI is just the latest in that trend. Of course, there's a recognition of this tool reliance. It's why htmx and other perceived low tool systems are trying to enter the space. But simple abandonment isn't going to move the dial for long. Rejecting technology is a loud statement, but an impractical one. Still, their success is commendable. Nothing like throwing someone in ice water to reset expectations. But the only way to break the cycle is actually break the cycle. I prefer evolution over evolution, but here we are. Anyway, case in point. Um, yeah. What does that even mean? You may inline JavaScript for performance reasons since TypeScript's runtime is more focused on flexibility than performance. How can a special programming language be more flexible than a general programming language? That doesn't make any sense. Anyways, that was the conversation that led me to it because I know not everyone understood what I was doing with this tweet. It's fine. It was intentionally cryptic. And some of the responses were people understanding were great. Was it after Java developers became JavaScript developers? You could kind of joke that that's like when TypeScript showed up, was when the .NET developers became JavaScript developers. So this is actually fairly poignant. When they started building entire applications with it instead of using it as a scripting language. That's also a fair response. I blame TypeScript. But yeah, I don't know. There's so many examples of it, right? What do I have here? Yeah, inferred versus explicit return types. No one got fired for choosing React. Like, isn't that like an IBM statement? Why are JavaScript devs, the guys who view the source and hack them things for what they do, quoting IBM? Oh, that's funny. My sub, I ratioed myself. That's what I'm like. Why do I have like 56, like 57 tweets like here? I ratioed myself. Uh, oh, okay. Well, I guess this was the real tweet that people were looking for. I was like on stream going like, why are people? Yeah. Anyway, yeah. I blame framework authors. Yeah, I mean, maybe we are to blame for this. It's just like, yeah, I mean, it's so crazy. I think that because of the classic notion, we're talking about how different communities have different perspectives, right? We're talking about how JavaScript community has always been, kind of like view the source. I think that heritage is also why, in an attempt to be like, I'm grown up now, people are like just overly like on the other side of things. I get I get it. I get this. A lot of people who are saying yes to this whole thing are also probably like on maybe slightly more on the htmx side of the spectrum, right? Frameworks are the heavy thing in the building. Like, I get where that tension is. It's just like, it's so crazy how, I mean, this isn't the wrong time to saying this because of the economy and stuff, but like, risk is a real thing. It's just crazy given JavaScript's origin, how risk intolerant, almost like it were overcompensating, that where things have gone to these days. I don't know. We're still building websites, right? Like, that hasn't changed. I blame Bauer. So yeah, I don't know. I think it's interesting. We did a stream today about compilers and about basically taking control of all JS with more build tools and like, crazy compiled signals just to get that perfect little syntax. And then on the opposite end, we have people literally crying out that the whole thing is garbage, Um, it's funny because on one side, it's never been easier to build with these tools. You can just pick up Vite and you're like off to the races. You pick up Astro. God, Astro is great. Like, when you consider like how you can just like build a full stack app. You don't have the double templating problem. You just build it, right? You can put your Alpine or Datastar, in your Astro apps or whatever. Maybe Datastar not like, but because it's got its own htmx thing, you probably can. Like, it's sorry, lost my flow there. But like, yeah, I lost it. I don't know. We live in a funny time where there's like temptation to get pulled really hard either way, and being in the middle seems like kind of almost the worst place to be, but it's also maybe the only sane place to be. I don't like compromise, so to speak, but like you need the target that you're working towards. What's going to have the right balance of these elements? You know, maybe there's clever unoptimal solutions that just work. Like the last stream when we did the Astro stuff, and we basically had something very like we just did view page transition type stuff. We had shared global state with signals, and everything just worked. I know it's less optimal the way it works, but it's dirt simple, right? Maybe that's the right level of trade off, but there's still a build step. I'm not sure. Astros. Anyway, I am done for today. I did end up going the full 5 hours. So what do I know? I don't know if I'm streaming next week. I may be, but the following week I will not be, and I yeah I might be absent from stream for a little bit, for a couple weeks. So just letting you guys know, heads up. I don't think there's anything else though for today. So thank you all for joining me on my short stream. Yeah, good one. And hope you all have a great weekend. See ya.